good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you may be in this amazing, beautiful world. But right here at the Majors 24 at Le Mans, it is morning time. So, good morning to you all, and welcome back to the Majors 24 split number 2, as we are getting ready to finish up the final 6 hours right here on this historic speedway, or racetrack I should say. My name is Mike Taylor up here in the booth, and beside me it is my good friend Dakota LaRue, as we are ready to take on this beautiful circuit for the final 6 hours. And let me tell you what, we have big updates for you, as we are going to go ahead and do a quick rundown of where everybody's at here at Le Mans. And let me tell you what, it's going to be very surprising, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to crank this down. We are going to turn the cars up. And Dakota, are you ready to hear what has happened in the last 12 hours since we've been live here on the Major Series Network?
Oh yeah, it was getting pretty eventful before, the broadcast got cut off a little earlier as I was watching, so I'm sure there's been a lot more action since then.
Yeah, definitely a lot more action. And before we start to get down to everything, let's go ahead and pull up your current timing tower. As you guys see right there, MK Nexus Esports in that 067 machine. They are still out front of this field as they make their way down Mulsanne Straight, heading into the Daytona chicane. Jack Jones with RT Esports number 82 Porsche. This team was not on the radar when we last left just about 12 hours ago. So this team here has snuck their way up here into the top 2 positions. And Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, they are still hanging out right there in that 3rd position in that number 75 machine. As I am taking a quick look here, I am still showing approximately 10 hybrid or hypercars still on the lead lap here at Le Mans. Let's go ahead and head down into our LMP2 class. Christopher Baller in that number 11 Conspit Delta V racing machine. They are out front. And they definitely were not out front when we last left them. They were, I believe, sitting back in P5. Dion Fiallo with Maradness in that number 70 machine, as you see him now coming down into pit lane. They are currently sitting second. They were your race leaders when we did leave. Michelle Sangali with SimVision in that number 13 LMP2 machine. They were nowhere to be seen when we left, but here they are right here sitting up in that 3rd spot. And they also have their teammate in the SimVision number 1 machine with Philip RC Barreto, I'm sorry, as they are sitting back in that 4th spot there as well. So good day so far here for SimVision. Let's go ahead and jump down to your GT3 class. Wild Card Racing. They are up top. When we left, they were, I believe, back in that 3rd position. So they are currently sitting here on as your race leader. And before I forget, for your LMP2s, pretty much all of your LMP2s are still on the lead lap. Dan Van Der Ven with Arvinis Racing number 77. They are currently in that second position. These guys were up in your top three the whole entire time for the first 6 hours. So this is no surprise seeing these guys out front. And jumping to the 179 AMG Mercedes for Manatee Racing Blue. These guys have snuck their way up here into the top three as well. Coming up 10 positions as we've gone. Can I post? Yes. Absolutely, I cannot do that. I mean, yes, I can. One moment. Alrighty, guys, right there. That is your live timing link right there for you guys. You guys can go ahead and open up, and you guys can see exactly what I am seeing. And if you guys want to have a little bit of fun as well, let me go ahead and post the track map for you as well in the second link I just posted right there in chat for you guys. So some really big news from the paddock area. Ewan Langley with Top Tier Motorsports 111 machine. They are out of the event. We have the 101 machine out. Kobe Jones with Summit Sim Sports Everest having a lot of issues in that number 25 machine. They are out. VPS Racing Esports are out. Solpec Precision Racing, Inter Racing Team, Team Racing, OPR, and Gamma Flare Sim Racing. Eclipse Sim Sports is out. Auto Moves Racing Team, La Banniere Blanche, the number 14, they are out. Effect Simulations is out. Whopper Motorsports, DWR Sim Coach Setups number 21. Sonoran Desert Racing. Conspic Delta 5 Racing, number 53 in the GT3s. They are out. Let me see who else. I'm not even going to dare try to pronounce that name. Team Huskenveld Ultimate, the number 35 Ferrari machine. He is out. Oliver Scott Hughes with Samsoid Canon Esports. That number 7 Delara LMP2 is out. And the final car out is the Proline Esports 102 machine. Is out of this event as well. So yes, that means out of our 55 starters, only 35 of them remain in this race for the Majors 24 in the final 6 hours of this race. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to see some action down on track. But first and foremost...
we're actually...
Yep, go ahead.
We're getting ready to be on lap 300 here with about 6 hours left, as you said, and they're about halfway to completing lap 299. And to make another point, a lot of those teams you are talking about are out of the race were actually up leading laps early in this thing before this disaster ended up striking.
Sorry about how he got loud there for you guys. My apologies. You guys can hurt me later. I'm sorry. But let's get through the broadcast first before you guys do hurt me here. But yeah, a lot of these teams were leading early on in this event. Ewan Langley with Top Tier, that 111 machine, they were leading majority, and they just couldn't come back fighting. Um, Let me see who else was up front. Uh, that Eclipse Sim Sports, number 67 Mercedes AMG. They were leading at one point. Uh, the Samsoid Canon Esports Machine, the number 7 LMP2, they were leading. So a lot of these teams have pretty much, unfortunately, seen the end of their races in the last 24 hours, which is very unfortunate. But let's go ahead and come back here, and we're going to take a look at some action that we have missed since we began this opening to the second 6 hours and the final 6 hours of this race, as we see Adam Brockway in the 370 machine lose it out of the first chicane.
It looked like he just caught a little bit too much of that curve there coming on the exit of the chicane.
Yep, that he definitely did. Michelle Sangali went for a wild ride here. And I believe this is the Ford Straight, actually heading up towards the Ford chicanes, if I'm not mistaken. Aaron Hosford, he as well. Oh, he actually got help from that 77 machine there. Dan Van Derven, the second place GT3 machine. Matt Distill in the number 334 machine, heading down to Dunlop. Big dive there. That probably spooked him a little bit. But luckily he was able to keep his head cool and pull away from that incident there. But yeah, that LMP2, what good heads up driving. So before anybody asks, let me go ahead and tell you how my team is doing over in Split 18, because I know that I was talking about that a little bit ago. Right now, we started back in the 9th position, I believe it was. We are currently sitting P5 in the LMP2s down in Split 18, and we are knocking on the back door of P4. So my teammates Jacob Klein and Dave Payton, they are going to finish out the final 6 hours together. And let me tell you what, it was an absolute blast out there. And just to, once again, be able to drive in this event, it's just so amazing. And I finally got to drive in the sunrise for the first time in a endurance race. And let me tell you what, driving in the sunrise here at Le Mans, it was absolutely something special.
Yeah, not to cut you off, but I believe the 18 car under the hypercars might have had a little bit of an issue. It looked like they went down the pit road with a meatball flag there.
The 18 with the hypercars.
Vulcan Motorsports.
Yeah, I'm not
sure. It said they had a meatball flag just a minute ago. Maybe they used their fast repair to get back out on the track.
Yeah, I did see that as well in the corner of my eye. Oh, they're going to do a quick driver change.
This doesn't look like they have any damage.
Yeah, if I had to take a wild guess, they blew their tire.
Yeah, that is quite possible. There are quite a bit of teams whenever it comes to this that they don't switch tires, but every time I do, if we're doing a driver change or anything, I just automatically switch it, because it's going to take just as long regardless to fill these things up most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we never know what you know, what these guys' strategy is, you know, as we don't really have access to that tire data. But all we can do, really is watch them come down pit road like this and see when they go up and everything. No, they got hit in turn one. Oh, were they part of?
Oh yeah, I believe they were involved in that incident we was looking at a little bit ago.
Oh yeah. No, it wasn't this one. Hang on. Was it Matt Distill? Yeah. No. Because he's definitely not there. You said turn one. Okay, so this is where they came down pit road. Oh no. Here it is. Alright. Hang on, we're gonna figure it out. Oh, Sangali. So here's the 13. Ah, yes.
Oh yeah, I got spun off the front of the Porsche there, I believe.
Right. And just to verify, let me make sure I know where we are. Right. Okay. Yeah. So this cut that. So they were coming down through the S's, heading to Tete Rouge, when this happened. Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Good eye, by the way.
I don't think that would be enough damage to give a meatball flank there, but
Yeah.
my racing's a little funky sometimes. You never know.
Yeah, definitely. And Landon Loy in the Hyperion Racing number 2, number 44 Ferrari Hybrid. He was actually out front for a while today as well. And they are currently sitting back in that 9th position. Want to touch up on our 11-year-old team? Diego Nervi, he is currently in that number 56 machine. I did look through some of the penalties that did go on while we were gone, and they did have a couple drive-throughs for avoidable contact and a safety car violation. But these guys are holding strong, currently back in that 12th position after leading. They were actually, I believe, nope, they fell back to 5th because they got hit with that 30-second stop and hold. So, but yeah, so those guys are currently one lap down to your leaders at the moment. Anybody else? Any other team that really stands out? I don't think so.
Delta V, wasn't they running about the same position earlier?
Yeah, so Conspect Delta V with Christopher Beller in that number 11 machine. This team is still out front. They were flirting around that, first to fourth in the first 6 hours. But here they are still currently leading over Maradness. However, Maradness is still right there on their tail all these hours later. So these two are, I think this one's going to come down to, this one's going to come,
Strategy.
yeah, pit strategy is going to come down to the final final lap possibly for this win in your LMP2 division. So coming back here, I am so excited to see that there is still really tight racing all around this track. Um, it is a little bit more spread out than I was hoping, but it happens. Alright, standing out after 18 hours, the GPT P1, P2 is 2-second separation. Absolutely. The MK Nexus Esports and Art Esports, they are only 2.5-second separation right here. That is pretty impressive. And just like we were talking here in your LMP2 between Christopher Beller and Dion Fiallo in Moranis, they're only 1.7 seconds. But when you get down here to your GT3, however, Wildcard D, they do have a 11.5 second over Arvinus Racing's number 77 machine. So they're not exactly out of it yet, but this is still awesome. Macaulay Watkins for that Vulcan number 531. He is under attack from Core Racing by GV Controls. So we do have a battle here for the 6th position in your GT3 class.
Yeah, it looks like Julian might actually get a run here, get a shot to the inside if he wants to take it, but I think he's just going to chill behind and see if he can find a safer spot.
Safety car, safety car, safety car. Just a reminder that the pits are always open through the entire full course yellow process.
Oh, do we got a safety car?
We do have a safety car.
Maintain race pace, no overtaking cars in your own class.
Really
but you can overtake classes
it's just a moment
that are slower until the queue.
Had earlier.
We'll wait till the any pit cycles that may happen sort out so I can get a de facto safety car.
All right, so as you guys hear right there, we are under safety car. Our race controller has popped in, and I believe that's going to be Chris Solowich in up in race control, taking care of our safety cars here today. You guys, he's been up the last... He's going to be up 24 hours. Well, plus 24 hours. As a lot of us were on like an hour and a half, 2 hours before the race starts. So, myself, I'm going to be up for almost 27 hours before I finally go to bed. No, actually even longer, because I got another broadcast on another network after this is over. So... yeah, I'm probably going to be up for like 30 hours before I finally go to bed.
Oh, yeah, Sunday morning 100%er. I remember that one.
Yeah. Yeah. I got this.
Most people are going to be coming down to pits here.
Car 82, you are the de facto safety car. Please engage your pit limiter and maintain pit limiter pace.
With a little bit of
all the cars, please maintain race pace until you come up to the Dunlop area where the de facto safety car is at pace speed. Please be aware of any slowing traffic as you come through Dunlop.
Definitely going to be make or break time here, as this is going to be your time
all
to try
other cars trying to catch the queue. Reminder, pits are still open.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Please be aware of slowing traffic as you come down the hill past Dunlop.
Earlier on today, Tim and I, we were actually talking, about, with this, safety cars that we've been having. When do you want to be aggressive?
We'll let some of this cycle out, some of the pit stops cycle out, and
hang
then
on.
we will
let me
work
get
on the first waybys.
1 second, guys. I had to turn all this on when I was racing.
The queue is currently approaching the first half of the Mosan Straight.
Okay. So so Sim and I were talking. When is it? When do you want to be aggressive? Our first caution came out right about the start of hour 3 of the race. Did you want to be aggressive then? And, a part of me, told Tim, kind of, because, well, it's a safety car. We're all bunched back up together. I know what I've got. I know what you've got, and I'm probably going to be faster than you. So yeah, I'm going to try to take advantage. But now we are about 5.5 hours away from the checkered flag, and just like Dakota, you mentioned, this very well could be our final caution of the day. So, as a driver, at this point, I think I'm going to try to make up some positions as we go. What are your thoughts?
I mean, if I get one of these early, I'm probably still going to try to just play safe, stay on the lead lap. But when we're getting this far into the race, not only are you fighting like exhaustion, you're kind of got like a little bit of a mental fog. You've been out this, for, like you said, over 24 hours at this point, in most cases, and the fatigue is really starting to sit in here. But this is really going to be the time to make or break. You're going to have to push here, try to gain your positions where you can. All the classes are going to get shuffled back into order, so all the hopper cars will be together, the LMP2s will be together again, and it's really going to be your best chance to gain these positions. But you don't want to be overly aggressive and ruin your race after you've been here for 20 hours either.
Yeah, definitely, so, yeah, you're going to want to probably be aggressive here, but you also want to be able to take your time. But for right now, ladies and gentlemen, while we are under this caution stage at the moment, we're going to go ahead and step away for a commercial break. And when we come back, we will be getting ready to go green flag racing again. So just hold on tight, you guys. We'll be back shortly, and we're going to have some fun. We'll be right back.
He's opening the door right there. Run. With a head of steam moving to the outside his chin. Richie says it can't be done. Tony Shallen says turn on the reggae music. If you're going to pass me, you're going to do it high.
There is just one more lap remaining, and look how close Modolf is. He got the slipstream.
There we go. 2 laps to settle it in the Blue Emu Firecracker 400. Whatever you got to give it now. Back to green we go.
On the final lap, side by side, they still run wheel to wheel. Now, through the snake, the S as we go. Quero edges ahead. Modolf is still there.
White flag, one more to go on the Daytona 250. Kepler leads that lap. Who's going to lead the last one?
To the line, look at that. Dave Chapman, he's going to send it around the outside final corner. Has he got it done?
Continuing to go side by side for the lead through 3 and 4, and they manage it safely. Now through 5.
And hunting for a way by it all. Round 2 between Phil Selinger and Gold.
To the outside. White flag is out side by side. They make contact in the turn number 1. Ooh, gets him onto the grass. Now down to the inside. Andy T, a little bit of a wiggle, and the perfect crossover there from Polly Parton to defend the position. Andy T totally sideways. They're still sideways going into Siberia.
And getting ready to cross. He goes around the outside, but it's not enough.
Eden's up the racetrack. Carbo down the track. A photo finish. James Eden wins it.
It's still far across into the braking zone. This is sensational racing. And here comes Bowden. It's going to be a drag race to the end. That's side by side. Who gets it? Williams tries to cover him off, but once again, pulling the over-under. Daniel Morad is going to win with a last quarter pass.
Newsom's coming up right there. By the corner. It's going to be
Oliver's going to come back at him. It's going to be a race to the line. Does he have enough? Down to it.
And they're wrecking in 3. Here comes Michael Cozy Jr. Michael Cozy Jr.'s got the lead. He looks to the inside, side by side for the race lead.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Le Mans. The drivers are getting ready to come up here to the start-finish line, as we're not going to go green this time by, but what we will do is we're going to go ahead and bring the cars up to 80% race pace here in just a couple of moments. And this is to allow our hypercars to get some heat into their tires, because if we try to let them go as is on cold tires, it could just, you know, cause complete chaos. And that's why we are doing it this way, to try to avoid doing just that. So as they get up here into the Dunlop chicane, race control should let them go. There they go. They're going to do it right here in the Dunlop curve. Now, last time that we did this during the first 6 hours, that's when we saw Ewan Langley, you know, end up wrecking out of second place. You know, so these drivers, they got to be really careful about that as they are coming up to speed, because they don't want to have the same results.
Yeah, and the odd part about what happened is it was on the long straight stretch towards what I would consider the back stretch here.
Yeah. As we take a look at them coming here through the first chicane. And now these guys are going to head down here into the Daytona chicane down here on this very long back straightaway.
One thing I do like about road racing is that all the cars, you know, kind of spread out between the different classes to keep things somewhat interesting and respectable for the faster cars. So you're not in an LMP2, for instance, trying to race a hypercar going into turn 1.
Yeah, for sure. As you see, they are starting to get themselves a little bit more spread out here. Here they come. Here comes your GT3 class. Coming through the Daytona chicane. This right here is probably one of the coolest shots that we currently have, I personally feel. As we're now gonna wait for the LMP2 class. Here they come right here out of Arnage, and they're gonna head up towards Porsche curves, and then we're gonna get ready to go back green flag racing here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. And let's go ahead and come back up here and catch up with our race leaders.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a very interesting restart. You know, we're just talking about having to be aggressive in case this is the last safety car to try to gain some positions here. And are we potentially going to see any wrecks here in the first lap or two?
I mean, it's very possible. I mean, it also depends on how aggressive these drivers are going to be. You know, and I am looking here right now. Your top 10 hypercars are all on the lead lap. All of your LMP2s that are currently out the top 10 are all on the same lap. Your GT3s, your top 11 are all on the same lap. So this is really going to make everything very interesting as they get ready to come through the Ford curves, as we are back green flag racing right here at Le Mans, as these drivers are going to head up here into Dunlop. And as of right now, everybody is holding nice and steady. Let's jump back up here with your LMP2 class. So far, everybody is keeping it nice and clean. Oh, no, we do have one around. That's going to be Alexander Seymour for lights out in that 296 Ferrari hypercar. He got turned around up here, as your GT3 class is now making their way around Seymour. And that's going to put everything all good to go right there. And you can still see a couple of these guys still trying to get their tires warmed up. They're probably about halfway warmed up at this moment. So it's something that these guys really got to be watchful of as they continue this first lap back under green flag. And right now we got a couple really good battles going on in both classes. As you see the snake forming in your LMP2 class. Right now they're all just running single file back here in the LMP2s.
Yeah, I was really expecting to see some more action here on the straights, but it seems like they're being pretty respectable here, you know, realizing their tires end at the 10, possibly going to wait another lap or two to try to really battle anything out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, let's go back real quick and take a look, see what happened with Alexander Seymour, as he just comes up through Dunlop, barely misses those tire barriers right there under the Dunlop bridge, but he was able to keep it off the wall. So definitely, you know, good heads up driving there by Seymour.
I believe we're coming up to the Indianapolis, correct?
Yes, we are heading up towards Indianapolis and Arnage.
And forgive me, folks, if I butcher anything to do with the track. I'm not very good with all the proper names for the corners and stuff yet.
Why they won safety car? Second
Is
comment.
that a little better, Thomas? I have my microphone away from my face a little bit.
No, it very well could have been on my end. But I think I fixed it. I think we're good to go.
I can also cut the gain up a little bit if I need to as well. And things are starting to heat up here, it looks like, as we got a little bit of side-by-side action. But it does look like John decided to back out of it there and give them the advantage through the corner. A little kind of smart here. Gonna have a chance to take it back once we get to the Mullen Streets.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this whole entire section here, you know, you do have a good passing zone here heading into the Dunlop chicane. And then you really want to be single file through this next portion, which is the S's heading to Tete Rouge. You know, you really don't want to be side by side because that's just going to hurt your momentum going down, heading down the Mulsanne Straits here. You know, as your speed is very, very important there. As we have another driver off track, Alessio Famulari, and that number 8 AMG machine going off road there in the Porsche curves. No harm, no foul.
Looks like John was able to get the position back. Come on.
Yeah, John, he's going to be sitting right there in that third position for the moment. And we're going to jump back here to your LMP2s. These guys are still pretty much, or I should say guys and gals, are still single file here as they make their way down the second portion of Mulsanne Straight, heading towards the Daytona curve, or chicane. I'm sorry, guys. My brain is a little bit fried right now, guys. I do apologize.
Yeah, it looks like we had a pass for third place there as well, as they are going into the Daytona chicane here.
Yeah, and amongst these LMP2s, we still have Alexander trying to make his way back around all these drivers here. So Seymour, he's now taking advantage, getting around your LMP2 leader, and they're going to quickly get behind Seymour and use his draft to help pull him down as they head here into the hairpin, as they will come out of here and start making their way towards Indianapolis corner. So we got really great battles all around right now. Manatee Racing Blue, they're out to about 1 second over Wild Cardi Racing. As Wild Cardi Racing, they did end up having some sort of issue, and that allowed the 179 AMG machine to get around that Porsche machine there. So, I mean, we got good race. I don't know who I want to watch. We just
ain't gonna lie, the LMP2s, there's so many cars close together. If anything was to happen there, that would definitely be the place to be watching, as they're all kind of grouped up.
Yeah, you got your top three here: Conspit, Delta V Racing, Sim Vision number 13, and Maradness, all right here together in their top three. And then you do got Mono Competition slowly starting to make their way closer to the back bumper of Maradness. And then you jump to Solpec Precision Racing, where they have a group of 5 cars behind them, all grouped together.
And all these guys guys and girls still in contention to win this thing here. So, I mean, just one mistake out of anyone ahead of them, they're there to, take over the position.
Yeah, absolutely. All these drivers are still right here in striking distance for sure. You know, we still got 5 hours and 12 minutes remaining here at Le Mans. And Nicholas Kolnitis, he just has some issues. And that number 334 LMP2 machine, let's come back here. Take a look, see what happened heading up here into Dunlop Curve. Yeah, oh, he got into the back of that 78 machine. The 78 of Alberto Campaign. So definitely a wild, wild ride there for both of these drivers. Gary, if you are still here in chat, are you asking why they were under safety car? If that is the question you are asking, so the way our safety cars work here in the Majors 24 is the top 6 splits, they have the option, splits 1 and 2 can have up to 6 safety cars. 3 and 4 can have up to 3 safety cars, and 5 and 6, they will have 1 safety car. So we don't know the times that they come, but when it comes to a certain time that it's predetermined by race control, they'll jump into the session to call for the safety car. It is just kind of like a way to bunch the whole field back up, you know, and give off a more fun race, because, you know, honestly, running a full 24 hours without having the opportunity to bunch back up like they do in the real world, it kind of sucks. You know, like, everybody from 7th split all the way down to the 18th split, they're not going to have a caution. So, you know, there's just a full constant 24-hour race. Whereas in the top 6 splits, you get that caution, you're going to run it under caution for about 3 laps, you know, and you're going to breathe. Now you got a whole new game plan. Okay, so the caution's out now. Do we come in for fuel tires? Do we stay out, try to get an extra lap back? What is our game plan? And ultimately, that's what it boils down to. It's to help the drivers, you know, have to make more decisions, really think about their strategy, and at the end of the day, it gives us amazing restarts. As I do want to jump back up here to our race lead, because we have a pass for the race lead in the making. MK Nexus Esports making the run down here into the first chicane, and they will make the pass on Jack Jones and the RT Esports number 82 machine. And right now, they're still nose to tail coming back down, heading towards Daytona chicane. Oh, here comes the pass from the 82 machine. He's looking to try to make a pass on the right-hand side. As you see, MK going to go ahead and block that advantage as they come through Daytona chicane and head down towards Mulsanne hairpin. Sorry. But right now, this battle for the race overall race lead is really starting to heat up for sure as they come through the hairpin, and now they're going to head down towards Indianapolis and Arnage. That's the word I was looking for, Arnage. But yeah, so I mean, this is what these safety cars do. They give us more action. They give us a lot of great, you know, great racing, and it really makes the racing more interesting, not only for the fans like us here watching, but for the drivers as well, as they are going to make their way down towards the Porsche curves now. As you see, MK Nexus Esports starting to pull away just a little bit.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the hardest part about the safety car is just trying to get refocused up once you go back green flag racing, especially, you know, with the GTPs being on the new tire model and stuff that they have, and it takes so long for them to build heat. You got to be really on top of it.
Yeah, I couldn't have said that any better myself. You know, it's definitely something that, you know, these hypercars really got to think about, you know, when they come down for these restarts. You know, it's already tough on cold tires, you know, when you're just in a normal green flag run. But now you're going to add cold tires and add, you know, 10 to 11 hungry hypercars behind you as well. You know, that's a lot of stress right there. Because now you got to focus, make sure you don't crash because of the, you know, cold tires. And now you're also trying to keep the race lead. So a lot goes into it, and it's definitely a big mental game for sure on these restarts.
Yeah, I'd say the toughest part for me when it comes to this type of racing is always the first initial start. And that safety car here is basically making like 3 to 4 mini starts to a race here. So that would definitely stress me out. I always tend to let my teammates handle the start of the race. That way they can help get us spread out, maneuver through the traffic and stuff, so we don't get DNF'd right off the rip.
Yeah, you know, I'm actually totally opposite. You know, I love starting these kind of events simply because, you know, I get to play, you know, wreck avoidance. And it's a lot of fun for me because I have grown personally as a driver, you know, the last 5 years. You know, I've really grown on the roadside, getting better at identifying, you know, trouble spots. Identify those drivers that make you very uncomfortable. And I'm able to start spotting those, you know, as I come up on them or they come up on me. And then I get to play, you know, well, I know these guys are going to crash, and now I got to figure out how to get around them. And so I love starting these races because just the whole mind games you get to play, you know, it's a lot of fun. We do have an issue with Michael Estevez in that 008 machine. Oh, contact for that Momo driver. Hopefully there's not too much damage there. We've got a battle here for your LMP2 race lead now. Dion Fiallo, he's making a run on Christopher Beller into the Daytona chicane. And they also has Alessio Angelini on their back bumper for mono competition. So right now we've got a 3-way battle for your race lead as they are heading down towards the hairpin. Which driver is going to make it work the most right now? Maradness, they will overtake for the race lead. But Beller, he is fighting back hard on the left side of that machine. And still, Angelini, still right there on the back bumper of Maradness, trying to push him down as they start heading towards Indianapolis as they continue to run too wide here. And now Maradness once again, no, Maradness did not get clear. As you see, Conspit Delta 5 still holding strong, and that's Beller. As you see, Angelini going to back up here as they get into Indianapolis. Contact Fiallo into the dirt, and that's going to allow Beller to get out to the race lead. And Angelini's going to sneak on by as well into second place. Fiallo will settle down into third as we have Sangali in that number 13 machine. He's now all over the back bumper in this battle as I believe we possibly lost
something happened to the 11 machine there.
Yeah.
Yes. There's some very good battling going on there for the LMP2s. I mean,
yeah, I'm not seeing any drop at the moment, but here come Michelle Sangalini into the pits to give up that third spot in that LMP2, and that's going to turn it over to Soul Spec Precision Racing number 112. But still right now, Angelini Fiallo still hanging tough for this battle for the lead here in the LMP2 class. Let's come back here to this battle for your lead here in your GT3. Lucas De Veriz is trying to hold off Timo B. Dambach in that number 179 AMG machine. If I mispronounce your name, don't hurt me. I apologize. But right now, these two drivers right now putting on an amazing battle for the race lead in your GT3. So right now, all around, we've got a battle for first overall, a battle for first in your LMP2s, and a battle for first in your GT3s. 5 hours remaining exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, but I will say the LMP2s, I mean, they're just staying so close together, at least with the top 5, 6 there. And then you look at the GT3s, you got a 2-car breakaway, and even the GTPs, I believe you got about a 2 or 3-car breakaway there as well.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, these LMP2s, you know, when they get into their single file formation that we saw at the start of that restart, you know, that's one of the things that reason why they are able to stay close together the way that they do. That draft is just amazing. We're going to jump back up here to your battle for the overall race lead between RX Esports and MK Nexus. These two drivers still nose to tail as they make their way through Tete Rouge and now down Mousselon Straight as they head towards that first chicane down here on the back straightaway.
You know, I really got to give credit where credit's due. These hypercars are so hard to drive. Like, some of these guys make it look really easy, but they're an absolute menace. They seem easy to drive, but it really sneaks up on you just how hard it is to manage the tires and stuff in these things with the new tire update compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. I mean, let alone, you know, before they even did the tire update, I ran a full season, you know, to get one of the iRacing achievements. You know, you got to run a full season in all the classes in one series. So I chose the IMSA series, and I ran a minimum of one race in each of the hybrid, LMP2, and the GT3 classes. And let me tell you what, the hybrid, they are so much fun. But again, they're so hard to drive at the same time because there's so much power. And you really don't understand like how much power they have until you put your foot down on the gas and you get that virtual feeling of you just getting thrown into the seat on takeoff.
What if we've been back green flag probably what, 10, 15 minutes maybe?
Yep.
Yeah, and they've already caught up to the GT3 class, so that really goes to show how much of a power difference there is.
Yeah, these hybrids, hypercars are so fast. You know, it's amazing how quick they are able to catch to the back end of these GT3 fields. And you know, Tim and I also hit on this as well at the beginning of the first 6-hour broadcast. When you start to catch these GT3s and these hypercars, you don't want to catch them at the wrong places. For instance, right here in Porsche curves, and you know that's one of the toughest areas you know, to catch them because it is so hard to pass there. It's a little bit easier here in the Ford chicane, but as you see right here, contact. I'm not sure if that was I think that's actually just a LMP2 that they're passing. No, wait. Who am I looking at anymore? Okay, so it was our race leaders that made contact going through the Ford chicane. You know, trying to pass there is hard because there's not much space, and as you guys saw, those two race leaders make contact. You know, that just shows, you know, how aggressive these drivers are trying to be right now here in the final 5 hours of this race, because they know it is almost, no, scratch that. It is go time. Yeah, 5 hours still left, but your time is ticking. So it's pretty much go time right now for these drivers while they're all bunched up. And right now, MK has gained just about 1 second back to Arts Esports. And then Team Racing Black is 1 second, pretty much 1 second behind them. So these guys are really starting to get themselves spread out here. Let's go ahead and jump back here to your LMP2 race leaders. Alessio Angelini still out front, leading the number 70 of Dion Fialo with Moradness as they make their way through now up here through Porsche curves and heading to the Ford Straight. Well, what I like to call Ford Straight because there's a Ford sign right there, and it does lead into your Ford chicanes up here, which is 2 chicanes. So you got the first Ford chicane, then the second Ford chicane right here, which leads back to the start-finish line. And let me tell you what, this battle here for first place in the LMP2 is getting really exciting. We're going to jump back here to our GT3s for a brief moment as Washington Carvalho with Hardline Racing Team is trying to hold off Yaroslav Rezevsky with Hello Twitch. I know I just butchered that name in the number 911 Acura. I'm sorry, I blame Dakota. But we got a good battle here for this third place.
So, you know what's crazy? These drivers have drove approximately 2,650 miles around in there, give or take a little bit, which is enough to drive from the East Coast of the United States all the way to the West Coast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is typically a 2-day trip with 2 drivers if you're driving an 18-wheeler.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, but with an 18-wheeler, you're only going about, you know, between 60 to 70 miles an hour versus these guys that are running, you know, in the hyper cars, you know, and the LMP2. Those guys are pretty much topping up almost 200 miles an hour. So there's a big, huge difference.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying.
But it's fascinating, yes.
Not even a full 24 hours and basically just drove across America, distance-wise.
Yeah, definitely, you know, the distance between where I live down to Miami, Florida is only 270 miles. Just to drive that, it takes me about 4 hours. You know, where these guys, you know, they're racing 200 miles in maybe just about 2 hours, if that. You know, it's just absolutely fascinating, you know, how far these, these drivers actually drive. You know, just to put it into perspective, I saw a YouTube clip. I believe it was Joseph Newgarden running 2 laps around Indianapolis Motor Speedway versus Mario Andretti back in 1972 or 74. The time it took for Mario Andretti to make 1 lap for that Indy 500, Newgarden ran a lap and a half. That's crazy.
Yeah. So, something else I do want to bring up, though, a little bit off topic of what we're talking about. I want to give a shout out to the teams of only like 2 or 3 drivers that have made it this far into the race. Because I know there's a lot of teams that are running this that only have like 3 drivers, and that is so many laps, so many hours at a time. Versus like most teams I'd see here probably have like 5 to 7 drivers whenever they do 24-hour races.
Yeah,
just absolutely insane.
Yep. So I know that you are brand new to the world of majors. So you know, first off, Dakota, welcome. Welcome to majors. So the Major 24, their rules is you must have a minimum of 3 drivers for this event. And every single driver that races, so if you have a team of 3 or a team of 7, every single driver must qualify. Okay. And then what they do is they take the top 3 times and they condense it down to a average, and that's how they split us up. But yes, you know, a lot of these teams out here, they only run 3 drivers. You know, so ultimately in the end, on 3 drivers, each driver must drive what? Now my brain's not working. 9 hours minimum. 9/18/24. You know, so no. My no. Wait.
It'd be 8 hours.
8 hours. Yes, that's the one.
You confused me when he's like 9/18/20. I was like, what?
Right.
Hold on a minute. That don't sound right.
Yeah, that didn't sound right for a second either. That's why I'm like, wait a second.
So real quick, did you notice any windshield wipers on that last lap, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
They
so
were.
Things might be getting interesting.
No. So.
Oh.
A lot of rubber can build up on the windshields of these race cars.
Yeah. The wipper cleans it off.
Yep. You know, let's go ahead and. Yeah. See. Just like that little speck right there, you know, they can use the windshield wipers to wipe away that rubber off the windshield, because I don't know about you, but when I'm driving and I see that speck, my my OCD goes crazy and I need to remove it because I need a clean windshield. So that's probably what you were watching.
That's fair. Most of the time I don't notice the rubber because I'm too busy clenching my hands onto the wheel and trying not to die. But, I mean, everyone's different.
Well, if you're somebody like me that has ADHD and OCD, the racing isn't the only thing that you're focused on, as we have a battle here for the 2nd spot in your hyper cars between the 82 and the 133 machines here, as they are. No, that's an LMP2 in front. I apologize about that. As they work their way around that LMP2, but this battle here for a second is going strong. But back to what I was saying, my OCD and ADHD will not only just let me focus on just racing. You know, I
I
see,
understand that.
you know, I see everything. Like, the moment a piece of rubber attaches to my windshield, if I don't get rid of it, I will stare at it as I'm driving. And I'm just, at that point, I am driving with my peripheral vision at that point until I get rid of it.
Fair enough. I got ADHD too, so I kind of understand, but the OCD I do not have, so. Just as fast as I notice it and get fixated on it, I notice something else and completely forget.
Yeah, right. All right, so now we have MK Nexus Esports Shepard coming down pit road to get service on that Ferrari hypercar. We're going to see them get a 4-tire change, including a driver change. Ethan Turner will jump in and take over that machine, as you see Josh Williams for Paddock GG come down pit road. Looks like they are going to stick with Josh Williams and get 4 fresh tires put on that that Porsche hypercar. Ethan Turner is getting ready to pull out here. Tobias Krucken for Solpec Precision Racing in that Cadillac hypercar. He's going down here to get some service. Ethan Turner's already on his way out the door. Let's change that view just a little bit here. Let's see, what other close battles do we have on track?
Oh. Looks like the closest thing I could see would be between first and second for the GT3s, but that's about a second and a half there.
Yeah.
Well, second place in the hopper car is only about 0.4, 0.3 back. Yeah. As we're riding on board with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me take a look here. Okay, here it is. Yeah, Joshua Kozeni with Team Racing. Right there on the tail of the ART Esports number 82 machine, the current race leader. This battle is starting to get heated up. That battle for 5th in the GT3 machines, it is still really spicy back here. As Hello Twitch and Vulcan Motorsports is right there on the back of a Wild Card Racing as they make their way.
It also looks like second, third, and fourth for the LMP2s has got a pretty close battle going on there as well.
Yeah, that they do. You know, this is going to be... actually, this is actually a battle for second between Solpec Precision Mono Competition and DWR Sim Coach Setups number 82, which is actually the number 46, actually. But we got a good battle back here. I know that Dion Fialo Maradnes, he's currently out to a 7-second lead. So he's been able to start to pull away here.
And it looks like the pressure from Mono almost got to Solpec there, as he got pretty loose, I believe, before they got to whatever. I think it was Indianapolis a minute ago.
Ford. Ford, yeah, the Ford chicanes. As you see, a pass there for the second position. Angelini working around Roseboro, as Roseboro actually ended up contact coming through the Dunlop chicanes down through the S's. That 112, that yellow flag that you are seeing is due to a slowdown. He's got to serve that slowdown before it reaches 0, which is now done taken care of. And now they're going to continue their battle, so that's why Angelini was able to get around Roseboro pretty quick there.
And now they're working together trying to get caught back up to the second place car here.
Yeah, as you can see that right there perfectly. Yeah, because of that little slowdown, it not only slowed down Roseboro, but it's ended up slowing down Hilden as well in the number 46 machine. So they really got to start using that draft, working together, just to... I don't like that. There we go. But yeah, now they're going to have to work together to try to make up that 2-second gap as they hit the Daytona chicane and head down towards the hairpin.
And this hairpin's kind of a scary corner. You know, you're coming at it basically full speed.
Yes. Full speed, heavy braking right there at the curbs. And then you make that hard hairpin right-hander. And let me tell you what, it is... If you don't hit that corner right when where you brake, that can absolutely just destroy your lap. That's definitely one of the most important turns here at Le Mans.
Yeah, that, and if you got your brake bias in the wrong place, you come in there kind of hot and heavy, definitely be real easy to spin out there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Learned that the hard way at Daytona, and that wasn't even that sharp of a corner.
Yeah, definitely. You know, you got to remember, these LMP2 machines, they do not have ABS. They do not have traction control. So, this car is really all about the driver. You know, the driver must learn how to handle this machine on whatever track he is on. And you guys, I can't tell you how many times I threw up my hands the last 2 weeks saying, you know what, screw this, I can't drive this car. But once you learn, you know, and get into a rhythm with muscle memory and everything, this car is a lot of fun to drive.
Yeah, and that's really the main thing, just getting the laps in and getting that repetitive motion so you can really get your, you know, how much brake you need when for different scenarios and stuff. The only oddball that really messes with me most of the time is if I practice a lot of dry weather and then happen to get rain.
Oh yeah,
But
definitely.
that's just a skill I really haven't had to learn yet, because none of the races I've been in has really been terrible rain, just, you know, some light rain here and there, but nothing major.
Well, in that case, I would definitely suggest you go run in the
Split 10.
Yeah, you're gonna want to go run in Split 10 right now, where unfortunately a lot of drivers are pretty upset because this year is kind of a repeat of last year in Split 10, when we felt Poseidon's fury here in the Majors 24, and every single split rained all race long. And that was going back to, I believe, 1994, when Le Mans was pretty much just all rain all day. And that was a nightmare last year. Well, Split 10, that nightmare returned. And as far as I know, it has rained since the drop of the green flag. So I feel bad for Split 10. But they are surviving. A lot of drivers are making it work, though. But they're not the only ones who've seen a little bit of rain, though. As I believe 3 or 4 others splits have experienced a little bit of rain, but not too much.
Well, sometimes, you know, it's not a bad thing to bring you a little pontoon boat with the big motor on it, just to be safe.
Yeah, absolutely. As we come back here to the race for the overall race lead between Pascal YL with Art Esports and Joshua Kozeny with Team Racing Black. But MK, they are just a little bit further behind, but they are still slowly approaching. As you see, that's the 133, I believe. Oops. Wrong driver. Who was that right there in front of him?
Is that not? Nope.
There he is. Wait, no.
You had it a minute ago.
Oh, track position. I was moving the wrong one. This is Matthew Sales in that number 81 machine. He is actually fighting to try to get his lap back, but in the process, he is separating your two race leaders. And let me tell you what, Joshua Kozeny, he is not happy right now. You are a lap car and you are in my way, sir. You gonna move? Or I just might have to move you myself. So we're gonna see which one comes first as they come through Porsche curve and make their way down towards the Ford straight into the Ford chicanes. So we're about to find out, see which one's gonna happen here. As you see, Kozeny trying to make a run on the left side, but Sales, he will continue to try to hold him off, which this isn't good for that driver. He might just want to kindly move out of the way, because if he doesn't, he might be facing the wrong direction at some point.
Well, they are coming up to the straight section here, so I mean, there is a chance for them to be able to get around him cleanly here as long as he isn't slowing them up too much.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, they are working around this LMP2 of... who is that right there? Nicholas Kolnitis. Oh man, I feel so bad here for Joshua Kozeny as he is still trying to work around that other hypercar. And while all that is happening, Ethan Turner in that number 067 machine, he's starting to close in here on P2 as well.
Yeah, this lap traffic is going to make it even harder for Joshua here to get around that lap vehicle.
Yeah, definitely. As you see, is that Sales? Yeah, he actually just made a pass on your race leader to get back on the lead lap. So because of that, that's going to allow him to get back as they are trying to make their way now around the lap car of an LMP2 right here. As the LMP2 is kind of sitting all over the middle of the track at the moment, but Arts Esports number 82 machine, he's still all over the back bumper of Sales as he is trying to use that draft to pull away from Kozeny and Turner as they are now all single file nose to tail as they come down this long straightaway heading towards Indianapolis. And one by one they will pass that LMP2 car. You know, this lap down car is making this battle for the race lead very interesting.
That's for sure, but the only issue is the lap down car here is going to have to be able to pull away from your race leaders in order to stay on the lead lap. But it's just such a draft heavy track in a sense. It's going to be hard to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. As Alex Rogers for that Maradness squad number 370 machine, he had some issues. We're going to come back here, take a look, see what happened This is actually on exit. As you see, they kind of just merge right there with each other. So they went from down here on pit road, you will go from ghost to a solid object. And when you are inside of another car like that, when you become that solid object, well, one person is in for a ride, and unfortunately that was Alex Rogers, as he's continuing to pace around this track and having issues at the moment. But he is back up and moving though. Alright, back to your race lead battle. The 82 machine still out front. Contact with a Team Racing Black and I know that and MK, yeah. But now Team Racing Black, he's all over the back foot for that number 82 machine as they come down this first Mulsanne straight, heading into the first chicane, but they've got a lot of LMP2 traffic ahead of them and some GT3s mixed in there. So this is going to be very interesting as they go through this section of the track. As you see, Kozeni making a run there on the right-hand side. More contact, and that's going to allow Ethan Turner to pull up right behind those two.
Yeah, and things are getting interesting very quickly here, as it does look like they're coming up on some more lap traffic.
Yeah, they are definitely coming up on more more traffic here. Ooh, I don't like that camera. Sorry about that, guys. Going to pull away from this real quick as Lucas De Veriz in his number 77 machine has issues heading into Indianapolis. Just a little too fast. And around she will go. But no harm done there, as we're going to jump back to the battle for your race lead.
And you know, that pace car, or that safety car, really played a huge role in the racing currently. I mean, it's been a little over 30 minutes since the safety car came out, and they're still all within a second of each other in the top three here.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, Ethan Turner, he is now battling, trying to get around that lap car of Matthew Sales in that 81 machine. I'm sorry, he did actually seem like he was able to get around it, as Alex Rogers has more issues in that number 370 machine. Let's take a look here, see what happened. Oh, got onto the curbing. Oh, hard contact into the wall, and he saved it.
That surprisingly did less damage than I thought it would have.
Yeah, absolutely. But you see, he has a lot of damage, so he's going to have to take a tow. Oh, as we come back to one car off in the grass, that was Joshua Kozeni. Let's go back and take a look here at this. Oh, I could have just done it this way. Ta-da! Just pushing really hard actually got him into the grass right there. So he not only lost the race lead, but he lost second place as well. So Kozeni in that 133 machine, he will fall back to the third spot in your hypercar division. As I am looking through the rest of the field, we only have a battle with Lucas De Veriz in the 77 machine. In the GT3 machines. Let's go and jump back here real quick. as he is battling for that second position as they head into the Daytona chicane. He is all over the back bumper of Washington Carvalho. And Hello Twitch is still right there in the 911 machine. So we got a good 3-car battle here for that P2 position as your GT3 race leader, Timo Beidenbach, is out to just about a 5.3 second lead over these guys right here. So this here is an amazing battle for the moment. As you see a pass now, Lucas De Vries, he's going to make a run as they are heading down into, I believe this is Indianapolis. Yeah, so they're going to head down to Indianapolis. De Vries will take over that second position, and Carvalho, he is going to be right there on his back bumper heading into Indy, and now heading down to Arnage. But I don't... Oh, go ahead.
It's really amazing how close these guys are able to stay together, like bumper to bumper, almost going through these corners without causing any issues.
Yeah. Yeah, let me tell you what, these guys are probably some of the best drivers that we have here in the Major Series. Even though this is the Majors 24, a lot of these guys, and gals I should say, they also run in our MEC, which is the Majors Endurance Series presented by Sudspeed. You know, not only do they do that, but they also run our regional races as well, which is international, European, and Americans regions. So, you know, these are definitely some of the best drivers that we have here, and right here, we're just showing why these guys belong here in Split 2, and possibly even Split 1. The LMP2s, they are all spread out for the moment. Dion Fiallo for Maradness, he is still out front in his number 70 LMP2, and Aliso Angelini still sitting in that second spot in the 110 machine. But right now, this is your closest battle on track between De Vries and Carvalho as they make their way down Muzlon. And not to freak them out or anything, but here comes your hypercars. They're probably going to get catch up to them, oh, maybe after the first chicane or so. So that's going to throw a wrench into this battle for the second position here in the GT3 class.
Yeah, I might throw a little bit of a wrench there, but it's also going to give the P2 car a chance to get out there and sniff a little bit of that draft, potentially to make a pass going into the second chicane or after.
Yeah, definitely, but as you see, he's actually just going to stay right there on that white dotted line down the center of the road. And Mike, why are they doing that? Why are they in the middle of the track? Well, ultimately, you know, these street roads, you know, they're not flat. They have a little bit of angles to them, meeting up in the middle. So when these cars straddle both sides like that, the tires are getting the best contact and getting the best performance out of these tires when they straddle that white line like that. So that's why you see these GT3s run dead center. As you see them come out of the hairpin, they go right back to that white dotted line, because, well, that's the fastest part of the track right now. Your tires are gripping that ground completely. You are happy. You are getting faster, and that's exactly where you want to be.
got a reminder to hydrate. I'll definitely drink some coffee right quick.
Reminder to all broadcasters to hydrate. Oh, thank you, sunshine. As I just turn back and look at her laying in bed. She's being she is being mean to me because, boy, I am tired. I've been up for 20 hours probably at this point. And after we're done here in 4 hours and 20 minutes, I'm still not done.
Oh, where are y'all racing at this week?
This week, we are running, if I'm not mistaken, over at... Wrong channel.
Michigan?
I believe it's Michigan, yeah.
Sounds about right. I'm actually looking forward to watching the actual race at Michigan later on today as well. Ooh, a little bit of contact with the dirt there from the hypercar. No harm, no foul. And it looks like the battle of the GT3 is starting to spread out a little bit here.
I found it. Yes, so today we will be at Michigan over on Racers Elite Network. And Ethan Turner in that number 067 machine jumping up over those curbs on the Ford. And then he has more issues trying to get that machine facing the correct direction. So MK Nexus Esports, who was your race leaders when we came back live just about 2 hours ago, is now sitting back in that 6th position.
Yeah, I was about to say I seen them drop out of 3rd place there, but I just assumed they were pitting because they are a little bit on a different pit strategy from everyone else, it seems like.
Yeah. Alright, so I am looking, and this is still the closest battle on track right here. This is the battle for 2nd in the GT3s.
Yeah, Washington in that Ferrari is definitely keeping the pressure on for the Porsche ahead of him there, as really trying to stay glued to the bumper of the Porsche the best they can. Kind of like they're somewhat working together trying to catch up to the leader as well. How's it going, Trevor?
Hey, good, Mike. Wanted to check in with you and Dakota here. You know, I got about a 10-minute run as the extra commentator in this hour before I got to go primary split 3 again.
Yeah, man. How's everything going over there for you on your end?
More than fun. I feel like we are the protest split. We've had most of the top 3 or 4 in each class within 2 or 3 seconds of each other for the entire time I've been here this morning. Just an absolute, absolute battle right now. How's it been going here in Split 2?
Oh man, the racing right now is absolutely incredible. Oops, wrong screen. Yeah, so right now, we did have a good, strong battle for the race lead between Team Racing Black and RT's Esports. But that's kind of separated themselves just about 3.5 seconds now. But down here in your GT3 class, this battle between Lucas De Verez and Washington Carvalho, you know, they've been going at it for what, the last what, 6-7 laps now?
They've been going at it for quite a bit, at least 15 minutes by now. I mean, that last safety car that came out about an hour ago has really made things interesting here. We've been having a lot of battles, but as you said, you know, some of them starting to get spread out, and this is probably the closest one still. As you see a GTP coming around the inside here. Whoa! Almost had a little bit of contact with the Porsche in front of him.
Yeah, that is the 88 of Kevin Rossi with Scimitar Sensations. Currently sitting back in that 11th spot in your hypercars. And that kind of just separated
Absolutely.
these guys here.
How's the weather been for your split, y'all?
I don't think they've had a lick of rain yet.
Lots of fog I'm seeing.
Yes, a lot of fog this morning, but we had such a beautiful day into the night. I did check on a couple streams overnight though, and it all looked beautiful on other streams on Twitch. So yeah, I mean these guys are having a blast out here. It is a little bit foggy. It's not too much sunny out, but you know what? We don't have to squint our eyes to see these cars in front of us, so I think these guys are perfectly happy with where they are at. As it looks like Hardline Racing here, they will have a small slowdown for going a little too far off in that last chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the slowdowns here are killer. Not as much in the GT3s as they are in the other two classes, but I mean, falling out of the draft is just brutal after you work your whole way up to get in that 1.2, 1.5 second range there.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you know, you really at this kind of a track, you don't want to lose the draft. And as you guys are seeing it right here, there is just about that 1 second separation. You know, Washington, he can still close in, but it's going to take just a little bit longer. But you know, here he is right here using that draft. As you see him cradle that white line that we just talked about just a few moments ago, you know, to his advantage. And with this hypercar coming, he can even use the draft off of him to help pull him closer.
For sure. And you know, Mike and I have done a bit of the NASCAR stuff and oval stuff here together in the past. And this is the one track out here where the toe is so powerful. I mean, it feels like if you can line up in the draft train, you can save a bunch of gas, save a bunch of time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, just having the right cars around you at the right times, that's very important here. As we see this very long straightaway here, you know, you'll see the hypercars and the LMP2s, they'll just weave back and forth using that draft to help bring their cars, you know, ultimately to use them as a slingshot, pretty much, is the best way to describe that. But we did get a pretty good separation here between Washington and Dave Riz for that second spot, which is opened up to just about 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely incredible how close a lot of these gaps were. And when was your all's last safety car here? I know we had ours about an hour and a half ago here, and it's really collapsed the field.
I think it was
about 50 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I want to say it was probably right about, yeah.
About 5 hours left of the race is when we had it, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit longer.
The gaps are breaking up over here quite a bit from that safety car. Kind of incredible how the difference in the splits is working here.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, we don't know if we're going to have another safety car or not. And so that could also change the whole entire, you know, aspect here, as Alexei Drobov has some issues. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the first time we've seen this hypercar go around.
We've had a few of those in our split as well with the with the repeated incidents. Let's say we had one on 3 laps in a row where they got involved in things that weren't their fault. All three occasions, just the worst run of luck we've seen in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually, one of our co-workers here in the major series, Blue Carl, he was running down in the LMP2s as well, and he sent me a video earlier of him losing it coming out of the Porsche curves, and he's went out into the gravel trap over there, and that gravel trap just grabbed onto his wheels and flipped him over. So not the way he wanted to end his stint there, but you know, this track is always full of surprises.
Yeah, no fun there at all. Well, guys, I got 5 minutes, check in with the other splits, and then I got to go commentate on my own. So it's been nice checking in, and I'll probably check in before we call it a night. Mike and I have worked together quite a bit, so it's probably worthwhile. Good luck to you both.
Thank you, Trevor.
Have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be Trevor Gogola joining us up here for a brief moment in the booth. Trevor does a phenomenal job. Always love working with him. As we're going to go ahead and kick him out. Go enjoy.
See y'all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, we're going to go ahead and kick him out so he can go and enjoy company from others as well. Well, that battle for the second place here in the GT3 is kind of dissipated. So we're going to jump back up here to this battle between Ethan Turner and Tobias Kruken. This here is going to be the battle for 7th here in the hypercars. And of course, as soon as we jump to them, they're going to make a quick pass and quickly begin to separate.
Yeah, it looked like Tobias might have got a little loose coming out of the final corner there. But trying to fight back to get that 7th position back from Ethan Turner here.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's do this.
It's not. It's definitely not going to be an easy task though, because Ethan has ran near the front of this thing for quite a bit of the race, and they just had a little bit of issues, fell back. So definitely a very fast car on that 67 machine there.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan Turner with MK Nexus Esports. You know, these guys were our race leaders when we joined just a couple hours ago, and they have fallen back to that 7th position. So they have a lot of makeup racing that they have to do, but they only got 4 hours and 2 laps to do it at this point. But right there, you guys could just see that draft from Tobias, or for Tobias, just to get him sucked right up to the back bumper of Ethan there, heading into the Daytona chicane. And they're going to do the same thing, heading down here into the hairpin. You know, he's going to get right behind him, use that draft, pull him even closer, and he's going to start to size him up for a pass momentarily. Ethan Turner trying to break that draft as Andrej Westphal has an issue in his Dallara machine. Going to come back here and take a quick look. He lost it here in the Porsche curves and backs it hard into the wall. And that's going to be a broken tie rod, broken nose, and he's going to get a tow back to the pits. Very unfortunate for that 334 machine for Auto Moves Racing Academy LMP2. As we jump back here to this battle for the 7th position, Ethan Turner still holding off Tobias at the moment. But Tobias, he is in a good good spot to take it over if Ethan Turner were to have a bobble or something.
You know, with that lingering chance of there being another safety car, man, that would be stressing me out.
Oh, definitely, because you never know when it's going to fall, what's going to happen. And all
I suppose coming down pit lane there. Sorry about that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so they're coming, go ahead and come on down pit road, get 4 fresh Michelin tires on those beautiful hypercars. This is actually going to be a very fun battle to watch coming off of pit road. So Tobias, he's going to drop first because he got to his stall first. So we'll stay here on Tobias as you see Andre Westfall leave out of pits. So they're almost done filling up Tobias. He's going to start to move here in just a quick moment. Right about now. And he's going to run side by side with Ethan as they exit pits. Who is going to concede? They don't want to get a black flag for going over that blue line. But Tobias, he did get hit though with a slowdown though, but he went ahead and he served that. But as of right now, Ethan, he did pull out to just about a 1 second lead, or gap I should say, over Tobias on this pit exit. But we're about to find out. See, oh, Ethan Turner hard into the wall. Cold tires, Ethan. Cold tires. We're going to come back here and take a look at that one more time. One of the hardest places with cold tires is coming through this section heading to Tête Rouge. I have done just the same. I've gotten on the grass right there and it just will hook you like no tomorrow. And as of right now, it looks like Ethan, he is actually struggling just a little bit in that hypercar. So now makes me wonder if... No, his wheel's pretty straight, actually.
If he's got wheel damage, I'd say it'd probably be his left or right rear, because I believe the rear of the car is what ended up actually hitting the wall.
Yeah, but as of right now, he's... Yeah, I think that wheel might be sticking out just a little bit there on the left rear, actually. But it's like ever so, like, yeah, it's pushed out there. You can see it right there.
Yeah, but these cars are very finicky. It just takes the world's smallest amount of damage to throw your entire car off, so...
Yep, definitely. John Healing with Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. They are in a thick battle right now with Delta V Racing's number 33 machine as they come through the S's now, heading to Tête Rouge. I've been watching this this battle here on my relative screen for the last 10 minutes or so, and I just kept watching that number get smaller and smaller and smaller, and now here they are battling it out for your top, or for that 4th position.
At least like the battle's back on in the GT3s as well for the 2nd position, and they've actually made up a little bit of time to your leader as well.
Yeah, so it looks like they are just about 2.3 seconds back from Timo with Manatee Racing Blue. As this battle here for the 2nd has really gotten heated up for sure. Yeah, leave it to me, hit the wrong button.
Thanks, man.
As you guys see right here, just how wicked fast these drivers are heading into Porsche curves.
Man, from this point of view, you can really tell how much speed they're carrying through some of these corners.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, from a driver's standpoint, you know, it is crazy. Just watching all these buildings and all these lights just fly by like it's nothing. It just really shows. Look how much air these guys are getting over these curbs.
Yeah, if I hit the curb like that, I'm going to the wall every time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know how these guys are able to handle that, but I guess this is what happens when you got the practice and skill after a while.
Yeah, definitely. As we're gonna watch some static cameras here for a couple moments, you know, just so you guys can get a sense of how fast these cars are flying around this circuit. Ah! We lived.
Cameraman never dies. Ooh, look at that rover flying through the air.
I know. Whiplash sim cams giving us these beautiful views right now. Just absolutely amazing views. Now they're getting ready to head down here into the first chicane. As you see there on your standings, all of your hypercars are coming down pit road to get service. And now we're going to take a little quietness here for a moment, as these drivers are going to come up and over the hill and head down towards the second chicane, or the Daytona chicane. You know, things are about to get interesting with these cars getting mixed in here with your LMP2s and hypercars right here. God, look at those sparks. They're beautiful, man. Andrew did a phenomenal job on these cameras, guys. Okay, so I guess I decided we're just going to go the whole lap like this. Because
fair enough.
This is giving us some amazing, beautiful views of the racing going on right now, as we have just under 4 hours remaining in the Majors 24 Split 2.
It looks like the fog's starting to lift in a few parts of the track as well.
Yeah. That's what we like to see as we drive back into the fog.
Now, if the sun does end up coming out here, it's going to change the way the track drives. It might throw a couple people off.
As the sun starts to make its appearance, as you see Washington getting into the wall up here through the Porsche curves. You know, as that sun starts coming out, the track is going to start to heat up. That means we're going to start to lose a little grip. The cars are going to slow down, and the cars are going to lose more grip. So we have a lot of beautiful view. Sorry, I'm just zoned in here on the camera views.
Fair enough. Speaking of Washington, and we'll include Lucas here, looks like they've shaved about another full second off to Timo in the lead in that 179 Mercedes, I believe. Yes.
Yep. The AMG Mercedes, he is just about 1.2 seconds out in front of Lucas and Washington as they make their way through Tete Rouge and now head down the Mulsanne Straight. This right here this is your battle for first in your GT3 class 20 hours into this race. And the fact that they're pretty much nose tail, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, but Lucas and Washington has just been working so well together to get caught up to the leader here. Yeah, a safety car would definitely be amazing right now, but I would actually really like to see the sun come out, and about the time as soon as it comes out, boom, safety car. That would really throw a wrench in some plans.
Oh yeah, definitely. You know, and as commentators up here, we love to think about things like that. What can we do to spice things up? You know, yeah, let's clear out the fog and then boom, let's throw out that safety car.
Oh, I got an idea. You want to spice things up? One lap, full speed through the pits. I watch another channel. They do that. It's a redeeming their thing. They do NASCAR racing and they do full speed down the pits. It is absolutely insane to watch.
Yeah. Our I think that's Arlen 5. A safety car would be amazing. Hey, somebody agrees with you there, Dakota.
Oh yeah, that's where I've seen that. That's why I brought it up. Probably should have said in the YouTube chat.
Oh, and you're sitting here trying to take full credit. Can you believe that?
No, I'm not taking full credit.
Can you believe that?
Taking full credit. Oh, man's out here trying to pin me as a bad guy. Trying to make everyone forget about his past transgressions.
Well, you know what? It's your fault that I can't pronounce some of these names right.
Oh, yes, because me, the guy that's younger than you, gave you your education.
Yes.
We definitely don't need to blame the American government or anything, you know.
Nope, not a chance. But we do have a three-way battle here for the race lead in your GT3 class. Mondati Racing Blue, Arvinis Racing number 77, and Hardline Racing teams number 68. They are all nose to tail here for the race lead, and right now Tavares and Washington are currently the closest two sitting here together for this battle, as they're getting ready to have some company coming up behind them. And I believe those are the hybrids. No, not yet. It's not the race leader, but they definitely got some company.
I believe it's LMP2 behind them.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, it will be a LMP2 coming up behind them here. I believe that might be.
Should be Brandon, I would imagine. It's only about 15 seconds back from first place.
Yep, it is Brandon.
Yeah.
Brandon Roseborough with Solpic Precision Racing, as he's working his way through the front leaders here of your GT3 class. And right now, that's kind of separated these three drivers for the moment. Keywords for the moment. Because I can guarantee you, once these LMP2s and hypercars get around this little pack right here, they are going to start. What are they doing?
They're playing the world's fastest game of chicken.
True.
So, real quick, anyone in the YouTube chat and anyone watching, where are you from and what time is it where you are at right now? Me and Mike are currently on the east coast of the USA, and it is 5:14 a.m. So I'm kind of curious where everyone's at and what the time difference is.
Heck yeah. Hello, pretty much from Daytona Beach, Florida here for me. Daytona Beach is just about 20-minute drive away. So good morning from Florida here.
Yeah, I'm not saying what state I live in, but East Coast.
You chicken.
You know how many people in the past few months I have found out lives near me? Man, I think I'm good. I'm gonna end up finding somebody crazy stalking me before long.
Hey, you never know. That just might be what you need, as this battle here for your race lead. Like I said, guys, for a moment they were separated, but now they're pretty much back nose to tail here, and this here is still pretty much your closest battle on track.
Yeah, Lucas has taken over the lead here, but it does look like Timo's going to be able to get a little bit of a run here. Obviously not able to do anything with it quite yet.
Oh, wow, yeah. Okay, so I guess in that mix of those hypercars and LMP2s, at some point Lucas was able to make a run and get around Timo in that 179 machine. So, yeah, so we've got a new race leader, Lucas De Vries, in that number 77 machine.
And man, it's crazy. The LMP2s, there was 5 cars grouped up together after that safety car for the longest time, probably a good 30 minutes. And it's like all of a sudden, just boom, 10-second gap to everybody. I'm not quite sure if there was an incident we missed or something, but just absolutely insane how much they've spread out. And then the GTPs, I mean, what was it, top 2, 3 for all nose to tail for a little bit there as well?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I am going to go quiet here for just a few moments. I think I'm gonna start some coffee real quick, take a small restroom break, stretch my legs, and ladies and gentlemen, I suggest you guys do the same thing. Go ahead and get up, stretch a little bit, and enjoy the racing right here on your screen. I'm going to leave it right here on the GT3 battle here for the race lead. And we will be back here just a moment. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the sounds of Le Mans. Taking a look here at Garen Lobb in that number 36 machine, getting a little bit of a love tap out of one of the LMP2 machines, as he will try to go ahead and proceed away from the scene. It shows that he crashed 3 times, but yeah, I think it was just that one time right there. Okay. And then Ethan Turner in that MK Nexus Esports number 067 machine. His day is continuing to go downhill as he tries to go uphill through the Dunlop chicane, as he will quickly catch a gear and pull away. So definitely not the kind of day that that team is wanting to have.
Yeah, since the safety car, it seems like Ethan's just been having a bit of a struggle bus. Probably like the 3rd or 4th incident that he's been involved in since the safety car.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is definitely the case there.
But it is understandable. We're under 4 hours left to go. It's go time. You gotta try to push and make up any positions you can, but sometimes it ends up hurting you more than it does helping you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're gonna jump up here to a battle in your hypercars. This is a battle for that 5th position between Paddock and .GG Black, Team 75, Bernhard, SimRC, and Solpack, as they are making their way down here into the Florida chicanes, working around that lap car, which is going to go ahead and quickly dive down pit road. You know, unlike your GT3 class, You know, this class is a lot quicker, a lot faster, and so they make more aggressive moves. But this is actually going to be very interesting, Dakota. All of our GT3 machines are coming down pit road. Dan Van Derven, he's going to return into that number 77 machine. The 68 Washington, he's going to stay in for that machine. And in that 179 machine for Manatee Racing Blue, Finn Hunt, he will join this battle for this three-way. So I'm going to stay right here because I'm very interested to see how this battle is going to play out as they head up into the Dunlop chicane for here for the first time.
Yeah, I will say I do feel like the advantage is going to be to Washington in that Ferrari, just due to the fact that he's warmed up, and you know the other two did switch drivers here, but at the same time, I mean, they're going to be a little fresher. They've been able to rest and stuff compared to Washington, who's been in the car for a little bit now.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, there is a benefit to having an older driver in the car. But there's also a benefit to having a new driver in the car at the same time. So this is definitely going to be very interesting to see as you see Washington trying to make a move here on Dan Van Derven in that number 77 machine, as they're looking to possibly go 3 wide for that position, as they're going to go ahead and get themselves single file. And I also want to point out real quick, Core Racing by GB Controls, that number 92 machine is your current GT3 race leader, and he is out by 39 seconds at the moment.
I'm kind of curious if he still needs to pit or not yet.
That is a really good question. He last came down back on lap 285, and they are now working 297. Yeah, he's gonna have to come down here probably within the next few laps, actually.
Yeah, I would say so. 'Cause I was gonna say I'm pretty sure they pit pretty close to lap 300. The top three did before around the time the safety car came out. Well, never mind. Probably not lap. Yeah, that sounds about right. Lap 285. But it's still a top battle for second place here.
Yeah, absolutely. As this battle for second is raging on, it is McLaren versus AMG, Mercedes versus Porsche. Let me tell you what, if this is the battle, you know, at the end of the day with the race lead, I'm going to be happy because let me tell you what, we're about to have a good old time with these GT3 cars.
Yeah, I just realized I've been calling that McLaren a Ferrari. I was looking at the wrong emblem. I was like, that don't look like a Ferrari, but it's got a Ferrari emblem. That makes a lot more sense now. I was looking at the wrong name.
You know, we're gonna ride on board here with this McLaren, and just listen to how beautiful this car is. Such a beautiful sound as you see a hypercar work his way around these drivers, as your race leader is currently down in the pits.
I will say I think McLaren has one of the best sounding GT3s.
Yeah.
I would love to say the Corvette sounds good, but I personally don't think it sounds that great, so.
Yeah, absolutely, and just like that, this here is now your battle for the race lead, and your battle for second now, as Dan Vander Ven was able to get back around the 179 machine. So far, Washington has actually pulled out to just about a 1 second lead over Dan and Finn. So these two drivers, they're going to have to start working together if they want to re-catch Washington, who is currently your race leader here in the GT3s. Going to go ahead and jump back to our hypercars for a brief moment. Charlie Bobby, he still has his rear view mirror full of Tobias Kruken as they make their way down here into Arnage, and now they're going to head down towards Porsche Curves as they make their way through this GT3 traffic. You know, I've been watching this on the relative as well, and these two drivers right here, they're really duking it out back and forth as you see a big move by Tobias up here into the Porsche Curves, and he will overtake for that 5th position, and he's going to start to pull away just a little bit here as they make their way towards the Ford straight, towards the Ford chicanes. My brain needs to start working, Dakota, because let me tell you what, I think my brain is shot.
I mean, I'm working being up almost 24 hours myself, so I completely understand.
Yeah, these guys having a phenomenal job. Tobias finally able to work his way around Charlie Bobby, and now he is actually starting to open up some distance between them. So I believe Charlie Bobby might have been slowing Tobias down, because now Tobias, he is on a whole different gear shift as he is now pulled out to a 1 second lead over Charlie Bobby. So now I'm going to watch Tobias as he has to work to get to Antonio Rieger in that Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC machine, who is just about 2.5 or 2.6 seconds now in front of him. So it's going to be very interesting to see what will happen here. As Charlie Bobby will actually lose another position to Christophe Demey in that Delta V Racing number 33 machine. So something might be going on with that number 6 machine.
Potential fuel saving mode?
That's possible.
I don't know. Tobias is absolutely starting to reel in. It looks like 4th place here as he's done close the gap from about 2.7 to 2.4 in the matter of a half a lap here. So
yeah, Tobias has definitely found a different gear after getting around Charlie Bobby. Has the 77 machine. He has some issues over here on the front straightaway coming through. Oh, he goes way wide coming into the Porsche. Oh, did he actually hit the wall right there?
I don't know that he hit the wall, but it definitely looks like he's got splitter damage. As you see it kind of bowed up in the middle there.
Yeah, I definitely see it bowed up there just a little. After looking, yeah, it does. It doesn't seem like he hit that wall, but that's going to slow him down. And Finn is now just about 4 seconds in front of him, and Washington is 6 seconds in front of Dan. So Dan, he's really got to get his act back together and head straight so that he can once again start reeling in your top 3 here. Gabriel Rozone in that number 27 machine had a issue up here coming through the corners. Hold it, woo.
And I will say, it does seem like leaving Washington in the car is definitely paying off for them at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Oops, I forgot to
I'm
hit
sure
the Y button.
it's a breath of fresh air that he's able to get out in the front, and kind of some clean air and a little bit of distance between him and the other two cars, as they've been all over each other for several laps.
Yeah, I think
that
probably,
point.
I think probably for the good of the last hour, those three machines were all over each other, including a cycle through driver changes as well, except for that 68 machine. But Finn and Dan, they have joined the party for this, well, now technically for the race league. So, you know, yeah, I want to say it's probably been about a good hour for these drivers racing hard. And now they're a little bit separated here. They can breathe. And now they can strategize in their head on what they need to do in order to pass each other. Because now they all know what each other's pretty much got.
Yeah, and I know this is a little weird, but third, fourth, and fifth are all 4 seconds separated from each other. I don't know why, I just felt the need to point that out. Does look like we got a battle for third in the GTPs.
Take a look here at Charlie and Bobby real quick, and then we will jump to that battle for third. Coming into the first chicane, just got up on those curbs and spun her around. Alright, so this is a battle for your fourth position here. Oh, was that... This here is a battle for second between Brandon Wilson. Oh, Brandon Wilson and Hyperion Racing, he actually did get around him for that second position. As we drop back here, we have a three-way battle here for that fourth spot.
Now, it looks like once they got around Charlie there, Tobias and Christoph just slowly reeling in Antonio there. And still gaining ground on our leaders too, so if they can get around Antonio, they're sitting at a good spot to be caught up towards the end of this race.
Yeah, definitely gonna be in a good spot for sure. As we see Tobias trying to size up Antonio to see what Antonio has got in that number 75 machine. But all at the same time, he's got to worry about these LMP2s in front of him at the same time. Especially heading up here into Porsche curves, because it's easy to get around a GT3 up here in the Porsche curves. But in LMP2, it's a little bit more difficult. You know, they pretty much have to, those hypercars have to follow the LMP2s around because of the speed that the LMP2 does carry. And that's actually something I learned earlier today, you know. The hybrids, they can't really pass, you know, in the Porsche curves. Because the one driver tried to, well, guess what? He ended up actually crashing going through because he couldn't hold his line. As we see Tobias coming down pit road along with Yuzin Zhang for Team MP300. Jan Hilden is going to give up the third spot in that LMP2 to come down here into pits.
It is absolutely gnarly watching these guys get on the pit road, guys and girls. I swear, it's almost like they're just full send into like a mini S, a mini chicane right there.
It is one of the most fun yet irritating yet fun entrances into pit road here in the world, to be honest, because you got to come and then hit that chicane just right. So we do have a driver change in that number 114. Sait Emir SEM. He will take over driving duties for that number 114 machine. Ethan Turner and the MK Nexus Esports still kind of just hanging out after all these issues he's been having, back in that 10th position. And I'm looking right now, everybody is pretty much well spread out through it all. And let's take a look here at Pascal Nelly's in that 133 Ferrari hypercar. He's doing a fantastic job. He's opened up to a 11 second gap over Brandon Wilson in that Hyperion Racing number 2 machine.
You know, just looking at the track map here, or track map, looking at all the GT3s, like, they're spread out, but they're still relatively close together. And then you're looking at, like, the GTPs, look at the difference between first and second, and then, like, third to fourth. LMP2s, this is between third to fourth there. It's just, it's insane the GT3s are able to stay that close together.
Yeah, definitely the majors. Race Control definitely did a really good job at working out a BOP for this event. If you don't know what a BOP is, ladies and gentlemen, that is a balance of power. So they will add weight, take away power, take out fuel, you know, and they say, all right, well, this is pretty much going to evenly match everybody. Because obviously every manufacturer, they try to push out as much horsepower as they can. And IMSA, or WEC in this case, they go back and go, no, we want you to only be able to put 97% power, run, you know, 93% fuel, and, you know, and I want you to add 10 kilograms to your car. So it's always very interesting to see, you know, these BOPs work out so well together. And that just proves it right there with your GT3 class.
You know, something else I just realized, I don't think I've seen a single Mustang or anything like that in the field for the GT3s, which is very surprising because I feel like the Mustang would do pretty good here with a lot of the straightaways.
Yeah, absolutely. You are right. There are no Mustangs and there are no Corvettes in this race, but we do have our Ferrari, we have our Aston Martin, we have our McLaren, our AMG, our Acura,
and a Porsche.
And that's it. No Ford, Mustang, or Chevy Corvette here in Le Mans. However, there are some splits out there that do have them, so.
I'm just very surprised. I haven't got to race the Mustang a lot in this one. I typically race like the Porsche or the McLaren myself, but I've always been told it's pretty good for tracks like this with the long straightaways and stuff.
Oh yeah, definitely, because, you know, those Ford Mustangs and even the Corvette, you know, they have such strong get up and go, and they can actually probably move a little bit quicker than the other GT3s to get up to speed, and I think that's a very big benefit to a track like this. And right now, everybody is spread out. Still, that 70 machine of Alec Bergstrom for Maradness. And that red number 77 machine still out front for your GT3s. I'm sorry, your LMP2. Washington Carvalho for Hardline Racing Team. He's still out here leading by 4 seconds over Finn in that Manatee Racing blue machine. But we're going to step away once again, ladies and gentlemen, for a quick commercial break. When we get back, we'll have some more chit chat with you guys. Hello, Jelly Creamers 4688. Anyway, guys, we will be right back here in just about 4 to 5 minutes. We're gonna go ahead and get up one last time, get some stretching in, and when we return, we're gonna hopefully have some more great racing action for you guys. So just chill out, relax, and we'll be right back.
He's opening the door right there. With a head of steam moving to the outside his chin. Richie says it can't be done. Tony Shallen says turn on the reggae music. If you're gonna pass me, you're gonna do it high.
There is just one more lap remaining, and look how close Modoff is. It got the slipstream.
There we go. 2 laps to settle it in the Blue Emu Firecracker 400. Whatever you got to give it now. Back to green we go.
On the final lap, side by side, they still run wheel to wheel. Now, through the snake, the S's we go. Quaro edges ahead. Modoff is still there.
White flag, one more to go on the Daytona 250. Keplinger leads that lap. Who's going to lead the last one?
To the line, look at that. Dave Chapman, he's going to send it around the outside final corner. Has he got it done? Continuing to go side by side for the lead through 3 and 4, and they manage it safely. Now through 5.
And hunting for a way by
Side
it
by
all.
side.
Round 2 between Phil Sellinger and Goat.
To the outside. White flag is out, side by side. They make contact in the turn number 1.
Ooh, gets onto the grass, now down to the inside. Andy T, a little bit of a wiggle in the perfect crossover there from Polly Portson to defend the position. Andy T totally sideways. They're still sideways going into Siberia.
And getting ready to cross, he goes around the outside, but it's not enough.
Eden's up the racetrack. Cardwell down the track. A photo finish. James Eden wins it.
It's still 4 abreast into the braking zone. This is sensational racing.
And here comes Bowden. It's going to be a drag race to the end. That's side by side. Who gets it?
Williams tries to cover him off, but once again, pulling the over-under. Daniel Morad is going to win with a last corner pass.
Newsom's coming up right there. By the corner. It's going to be pinned down.
Oliver's going to come back at him. It's going to be a race to the line. Does he have enough? Down to it.
And they're wrecking in 3. Here comes Michael Cozy Jr. Michael Cozy Jr.'s got the lead.
He looks to the inside. Side by side for the race lead.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I went ahead and I stepped away and I got me some coffee. I hope you guys had the chance to get up, stretch as well. I hope everybody's having a beautiful time zone, aka morning, evening, night, afternoon, mid-morning, noon, whatever time it is for you. We hope that you guys are having a good time, and we did catch Christophe Demay in that number 33 Cadillac hypercar. Used those curbs on the front straightaway coming out of the second Ford chicane, and he lost it. But no harm, no foul there. No, Chris. He was doing so well. He was. But hey, we still got 3 hours left. He's still got plenty of time to move back up towards everybody else. He's only just about 10 seconds back from Jack Jones for that third position. So, you know, don't give up just yet. Keep on rooting for your favorite drivers. And we're actually, oh yeah, see, look, that's it right there. That's the separation between fourth and fifth, or yeah, it's not that far, not that far. He's got this. But right now we're looking at Antonio Rieger and Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. They are trying to hold off that hard-charging 114 of Solpic Precision Racing. Amir doing everything he can to get into the head of Rieger, but not able to make anything happen with it. But as of right now, they are still going to run single file as they head back up here into the Porsche curves. And this is still our closest battle on track for the moment. You know, and I'm so impressed that we are sitting about 21 hours into this race, and everybody is still relatively close to each other. You know, I'm going to change your standings to show the gap back to your race leaders. I mean, you know, the battle for fourth here between Antonio Rieger and Emir Sim, you know, this is the battle right here. Over in your LMP2s, the battle for third, you know, it's just only a 3-second gap right there, and then 2-second gap up to Kevin for second place. For your for your GT3 class, it's a little bit more spread out, but it's about a 4-second gap between first and second, and an 11-second gap from first to third. So only, you know, having all these cars all within 41 seconds, 37 seconds, 16 seconds, it's absolutely phenomenal. As we do currently have a battle here brewing in your LMP2 class between Ryan M. Roberts and I believe it's the One Machine of the 49, but I'm going to keep my eye on that. But I want to jump up back further forward in our hybrid class to this number 44 Ferrari hypercar of Landon Loy Hyperion Racing 2. Let me tell you what, Landon Loy, before we left for the 6th hour, he was having some tough luck in that hypercar. And here we are, just a little bit over 3 hours remaining, and Landon Loy has brought his number 44 Ferrari back to the front of this field, and he's only saying about 9 seconds back from your race leader. So this is still possible. Jack Jones in that number 82 Porsche hypercar He's right there on the back bumper of Landon Lloyd pretty much for second place. And then I know it's a little bit of a jump, but we're going to jump back 10 seconds to Rieger and Emir here in that 4th and 5th positions respectively. So really good racing, all around. And it's going to be very interesting to see what drivers can do what. And as of right now, we are looking at the closest battle on track for the moment.
And I mean, everyone just got to keep in mind too, there could be a potential another safety car at any point, so.
Yeah, that is true. We could possibly see another safety car. And that could come into play here later on as well. Look at these hypercars just muscle their way around this GT3 machine. As you see Rieger start to pull away a little bit now, away from Emir Sem in that number 114 machine. I really wish that some of this fog and haze would lift, because we are missing some beautiful, gorgeous views from Le Mans because of this fog. But, it is dissipating in some areas, but in others, like the front part of this track, it's not. And it's annoying.
I was about to say it looked like Jack Jones was catching up to Landon Lloyd there for second place, but got hit with a pretty substantial time penalty there.
Yeah, definitely. So this is something that these drivers have got to pay attention to.
I will say the person that I feel like should have the most confidence right now is going to be Alec Bergstrom in that 70 machine. He's just putting on a little bit of a clinic at the moment, about a 20-second gap to second place.
Yeah, that number 70 machine. I mean, I don't even want to say it's just the 70 machine. It's all of Muradness. That whole entire race team is absolutely amazing, wickedly fast. Whenever I come to, produce any of these shows here for the major series, if I see Muradness, I know that they are going to be one of the guys that I'm going to talk about. Simply because they are all fast. I wish I knew their secret. But right now, they are sitting out to an 18-second lead over that Solpec Precision Racing number 112 machine. And it's going to be very interesting to see, what would happen if we do get a safety car. That's my question.
Well, it depends on how greedy some people want to be and how safe others want to play it, because all it takes is one person to misjudge a corner and completely ruin someone else's race. I mean, not saying that they do it on purpose, obviously, but mistakes do happen. And especially with there only being about 3 hours left, if the safety car was to come out right now, I'm sure they would definitely be pushing a lot harder than they were earlier.
Yeah, definitely. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and jump to the closest battle on track. And right now it's Ryan Robert in the number 49 LMP2 car. He's all over the back of Marcelo Eusebio for Sim Vision #1 hypercar LMP2 machine. And they are hanging out just about a half-second distance between them. So maybe a good, 5-6 car lengths between them, but you're going to see this draft right here absolutely come into play. This is another thing I learned earlier today, driving the LMP2 down in Split 18. These cars, once you get that draft from another LMP2 in front of you, man, it is so easy to get sucked up right behind them. As you guys will see that right now out of Ryan Robert in that Eclipse Motorsports number 49 machine. Really great racing right here, ladies and gentlemen. Dakota, I look at these drivers and, I always root for the guy behind. So right now, like in my head, I'm going, all right, Robert, come on, let's do it. Let's make that run. But then if it's opposite around, I'll be like, all right, Mick, let's go. It's time to go. I'm sorry, Marcelo. I'd be like, Marcelo, it's time to go. Let's go. Start moving to the front.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, like, when is Ryan going to go for the move, or is he going to try to push them, see if they can get caught up to potentially 4th place here? See if they can gain some time, but I'm thinking it's going to be here very shortly once they get to the straight stretches here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very possible, but knowing that the car in front is just about 16 seconds in front of you, it's like I'm not sure if any sort of drafting between Eusebio and Robert will actually do anything. I don't think it will be able to bring them to that back bumper.
Well, that is fair, but you never quite know when it comes to these tops of races here. It does look like Jan is getting pretty close to taking over 2nd place here, only about half a second back now as well. Another potential battle we could check in on. Looks like top 3 in the hypercars are in the pit lane at this time. Top 4 now, and 5th place as well. We are officially under 3 hours left to go.
Yeah, guys, congratulations. We are almost done. We're halfway through this stream. As Dakota just mentioned, your top 7 hypercars are all down pit road.
Wait a minute.
What?
That car has 4 wheels on one side, 8 wheels all together. What's going on there? That's got to be in violation.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I heard that the Major Series is going to try a new hypercar GT3 combination, and they're going to call it a Hyper GT3 train race.
Yeah, they're just gonna glue the cars together and send them down the track, see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. As this cycle of... Oh, wait. Are we under caution? Hey, we're under caution!
Oh, well, I never seen the caution pop up there. That'd be my bad.
It's because I have to signal it. So
Well,
this
then
all
maybe you
makes
should do that,
sense.
sir.
I actually just messaged Chris Solowich to find out if there was any more, and well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, here we are under caution. Landon Loy in that Hyperion, racing number 2, racing 2, number 44 Ferrari Hypercars is your race leader. Jack Jones, they're in your second position. Vincent Pucknick for Team Racing Black is going to be third. Saint Emir Sem for Solpec Precision Racing will be fourth. John Heelan with Team 75 Burnhand by Sim RC. Christoph Demay for Delta V Racing, he'll be sixth. Tim Stupel with Paddock GG will be seventh. Aaron Hosford Vulcan Motorsports Gold will be eighth. Ninth, it's going to be Loca Becca. And one moment, folks. I am reloading back into the session. My Windows actually just crashed for some odd reason, so I do apologize about that. You gotta love technology. And let me tell you what, if there is no technical issue when I'm broadcasting, then we are having a horrible broadcast. I'm just being honest. If something doesn't go wrong, it's a bad broadcast at that point. But we are reloading back into the server, and we're going to get back loaded. They're still under caution at this moment. Luckily, there is a lot of time under caution, so you guys are not missing things. So just chill out, get up, stretch your legs a little bit, use the restroom, grab some coffee, grab a soda, grab a water, get something to eat, take your medicine, and get ready for the final 2 hours, 45 minutes, I'm going to assume, when we go back green flag. And we'll be right back once I get fully loaded in, guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the beautiful Le Mans circuit as we are getting ready to finish up our safety car period as they are making their way towards the Porsche curves. That's the word I was looking for. And like I said, you guys have not missed a thing. Landon Loy out front in your hypercars. Now we're going to go to our LMP2s with Alec Bergstrom for Maradness. He is currently out front. Solpec Precision Racing is going to be second. DWR Sim Coach Setups will be third. Julian Metzner will be fourth, and rounding out your top five in your LMP2 is going to be Marcelo Eusebio with Sim Vision. Heading over to our GT3 leader, Gustavo Neves with Hardline Racing Team 2. He's going to lead Finn Hempt with Manatee Racing Blue. And Lucas Daverez with Avernus Racing number 77 will be third. Alexei Solnesiv with Hello Twitch in that number 911. Acura. And running out your top five in the GT3s is going to be Yannick Schwartz with Wild Card Racing. And that's going to be your top five right there. Alrighty, so the field is getting ready to come up here through, I believe it's the Porsche curves. Yep. And then we're going to release these guys, and we're going to do it all over again. Yeah, I believe it will be as well. So I'm anticipating, just like last time, when they get up to the Dunlop curve up there past the start-finish line, I think that's where we're going to let them loose and get their tires up to temp. But I believe at the moment the class sort has been done. Those who need to get around for get a lap back, they can do so as well. As we're going to go ahead and get ready to go back green flag racing here in just about 10 minutes or so, because it takes forever to get around this circuit. But we're just going to go ahead and mute up while they do what they got to do, and then we'll return for the start. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed those racing sounds. But we are getting ready to go back green flag racing right here at Le Mans for the final 2 hours and 39 minutes as they make their way towards the Ford chicane. Well, I should say the Ford chicanes, as they will make their way out of the second chicane, and we're going to go back green flag racing. Out of the final corner, green flag is back in the air as we are going racing here once again at Le Mans. Landon Lloyd still holding on gently to that race lead as we have a battle back here for that 6th position. Now our LMP2 drivers are coming through here as well. And here comes our GT3 field. So far, everybody keeping in position and holding on tight as your GT3 field will now come down here through the S's and make their way into Tete Rouge.
It's funny. I was talking earlier about it'd be cool if the sun came out and we instantly got a safety car. And you know what? It's like the gods were listening to me because it's what happened.
Absolutely. As we take a look here at the number 13 LMP2 backing it into the guardrail. Luckily, it doesn't look like any damage there. So he got very lucky. Number 13 of Soars for Sim Vision number 13, as he now has to work his way back through the GT3 field. Going to jump here to the battle for your race lead in LMP2. The reason why I'm doing that is because we know how fast Alec Bergstrom is in that number 70 machine, so I want to catch the action early on here with these LMP2 drivers before he starts to pull away. And I'm very curious to see how well Kevin Burrell with Solpec Precision Racing will be able to hold on to the back bumper of Bergstrom as they make their way through Arnage, and now they're going to fly their way down towards Indy. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the, my brain just died. The hairpin. Now they're heading down towards Indy and Arnage. Right now, everybody's still holding on pretty strong. Single file for the moment.
But everyone keeping it relatively close here. But as we've seen earlier, the LMP2 stayed close together for the first 30 to 40 minutes of the last time we had a safety car, and then after that it just seemed like everyone just got spread out all of a sudden. So maybe they're going to follow the same trend this time here.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a very good possibility. I want to jump back into our GT3s now. Lucas De Veriz, he is still out front by just about 1 second over Finn Humped and with Minty Racing Blue. He is here they come through Porsche curves, and I believe I just saw a couple either LMP2s or hypercars mixed in with this group, so okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Lucas De Veriz, he is doing a phenomenal job keeping that Porsche number 77 out front. But he is going to be under attack from that Mercedes driver, Finn in that number 179 machine. Jumping back up here to your battle for the race lead. Jack Jones is all over the back bumper of Landon Lloyd. The question is not if, it's when will he make the move for the race lead here with 2 hours and 33 minutes remaining.
And I'm still here listening. I'm just trying to keep track of a couple of things. Looks like we had a little bit of something happen to GT3s. The second place fell back to about a second there. Yeah, they're actually spreading out quite a bit faster this time around than they did last time we had a safety car. So definitely the leaders trying to flex their muscle a little bit and go ahead and get out to a good lead again to make sure that they're solidified for the end of the race here.
Yeah, definitely, I couldn't agree more. And right now, Dave Grizz in that number 77, he is pulling away out to a 1 second lead. And I don't think there's any stopping that number 77 at the moment.
No, looking very strong here with about 2.5 hours left. And I mean, the same thing can be said for the 70 and the LMP2. He hasn't quite got away from second place yet, but I mean, he's already got a 3-second gap to third. So been very strong all day.
And just look at this pack here. Ultimately, this is the battle for third. And you got 7 cars lined up that everybody wants it. This is ultimately the same thing that we saw at the last caution period.
Say these drivers have been putting on a pretty good show. You know, we did have a few, I'd say we had more wrecks early than we are now. And you would think you would have more mistakes this far into the race with them being a little bit more hyper aggressive, but drivers are pretty much keeping their calm, not making any super over aggressive moves, and just trying to get to the end of this thing, which I don't necessarily blame them, being, you know, 22 hours into the race. I definitely won't want to go out with about 2 hours left.
As of 5 minutes ago, I've been up for 24 hours.
Hey. It's rough out here.
Yeah, but you know what? I wouldn't trade it for the world, man. You know, Tim was talking earlier, you know, we're just a bunch of race fans up here in the booth. You know, just like everybody there at home, you know, we're race fans. That's what it boils down to at the end of the day. And let me tell you what, I have been absolutely enjoying myself, you know, doing this 12 hours, you know, that I get to bring Split 2 to you guys, talk with our fans in the chat, talk with yourself, Dakota, talking with Tim earlier. Trevor, he jumped in earlier as well. And let me tell you what, it's been a very amazing 24 hours. Doing the broadcast, going to get to race, 6 stints over with my race team in between these two broadcasts. And then I still got one more at 10:30 here in just about 4 hours or so. It's just been one awesome, this is going to be an amazing 36-hour period, man. I love this. I love doing this. And I'm super excited to be able to actually do this. And so our hypercar battle here is heating up for that 3rd spot, I believe it is. As we see Vincent Buckneck all over the back of Emir Sem in that number 114 machine.
Kind of like I was talking to you earlier, that one race where I was broadcasting, I think it's like 12 hours straight with the Daytona. And everyone was going, oh, that's got to be boring. Oh, yada. But I quite enjoyed it. I enjoyed every little bit of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, doing this broadcast, I think back to the real world broadcasters. At Daytona, they not only, call the action going on at the track during the Rolex 24, but they talk to different drivers, they talk to the fans, and, as drivers get out of the car, they talk to them, as they, right before they get in, they talk to them, and some of the drivers will go to the little stand that they're doing the commentating from, and they'll sit there and BS with the workers for, a good 40 minutes on air. It's a lot of fun, and that's similar to what we're doing right here. We're watching the racing, we're calling the action, and I get to enjoy it with you, I get to enjoy it with our fans. I'm happy. Man, this is a great battle right here, though, for the 4th position. Vincent Bucknick, John Heelan, Christophe DeMay, and Callan Shepard. All together right here, ladies and gentlemen. Brom Jacob, if you're still here, buddy. Christophe DeMay, he is sitting in that 6th spot in the Cadillac 33 Hypercar. He is currently sitting just about 5 seconds back from your race leader. So even though he had that issue earlier, like I said, they still have time to come, and we got just about 2 hours 25 minutes left, and hey, still a long way, for 2 hours.
Anything is possible in 2 hours, that is for sure.
Alrighty, so things have settled down just a little bit here with your hyper cars. Let's see what other carnage we can get into. Let's jump back here to Yannick Schwartz with Wild Card Racing. They are just about 0.6 seconds back away from the 179 AMG machine for the 2nd position in your GT3 class.
Got another battle in the LMP2s as well for about the 3rd place spot. Looks like about a 3-car battle from there as well. Oh, maybe a little bit more than 3 cars.
Yeah, we've got a 5-car battle, it seems like. Scott Donaldson, Julian Metzner, Owen Turner, Mathis Schatz, Marcelo Eusebio, Mick Jimenez. I'm sorry, not Mick. He's a little too far back. He's about 3 seconds back, and Marcelo is 1.5. But yeah, I mean, we got a good battle right here for your LMP2 third position, as they are all trying to get the position here away from Scott Donaldson. And that right there is all the cars battling right now for that position. Sorry guys, I'm just enjoying this racing, man.
Yeah, it looks like the 82 is still pretty close to the 44 up there for the lead position as well. Trying to keep a track on everything.
We got it past now. It looks like Owen Turner trying to get around Metzner for that 4th position. They will make contact heading here into the first chicane. But Metzner, he will hold on to it. As you see, Owen Turner, he was flashing his headlights. I don't think he really appreciated that bump that Metzner gave, as they will continue down this back straightaway. And as of right now, I thought I saw them go 3 wide there for a quick moment.
Well, he may not like it, but there is only about 2.5 hours left, so it's about time to start making a little bit of riskier moves.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see, Owen Turner making his bumper wide to get back around Sach in that number 11 machine, as they will make their way down towards the hairpin. Oh, big move there by Schatz to try to get around Owen Turner. As of right now, he has not been able to make it happen. Oh yeah, so Owen Turner actually did fall back to that 7th spot from Marcelo Eusebio as well. So very unfortunate here for Owen Turner, but the battle still rages on here for that 4th position. We're definitely not done with this battle just yet.
Get adjusted in my seat real quick.
Absolutely, take.
Alrighty here.
Yeah, everybody get up, stretch, do a little dance, get your blood flowing. Again, you guys go get yourself some water, go get some snacks. Don't forget to take your medicine if you need to take medicine as well, ladies and gentlemen. Because I know that I do, and I need to take mine as well. But I still gotta wait a couple more hours before I can take my morning meds. But guys, we are on a roll, quickly approaching that 2-hour 20-minute mark. We're pretty much at that point where we're running the roar the roar before the 24, where we run about 2 hours and 20 minutes in our GT4 class.
Some cars I think that are kind of underrated, the GTEs. I absolutely love driving the GTE.
in the GTEs.
I believe it's the BMW I drive in that class, and it's just really good. I don't know why I like it so much either. Still a relatively close battle here for the LMP2s around this 5th place spot. As I mean, they're all keeping it within a second of each other. Just one little slip up, one little bobble out of anybody, just like we almost seen out of Mathis there. So you got a little bit of a weird exit out of the first chicane.
Yeah.
As we're coming into the Daytona chicane here. Looks like everybody's able to get through here, no issues. But still, relatively close here. If they all work together, they could potentially even get caught up to 3rd, 2nd place here.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. I mean, especially Julian Metzner, you know, and Mathis Schatz, you know, they're only 0.3 seconds, and if they really work together, they can hit or catch up to Scott Donaldson, who is directly in front of them, and then they can draft all together, try to catch Burrell. But I mean, I'm not sure if having that many cars drafting together is really going to make a big difference here at Le Mans at the end of the day.
Yeah, but at least 2 cars could probably bump draft just a little bit, and then the 3rd car could just kind of chill in line. But it does look like someone decided they wanted to make a pass there. I believe it was for 4th place.
Yeah, right there, Owen Turner in that number 49 machine, getting around the one of Marcelo Eusebio. Marcelo Eusebio was able to get around Metzner a couple laps ago, and now Owen Turner, he's going to go ahead and lose the position once again to Metzner in that number 5 machine. I'm sorry, the 110 machine. He's in 5th.
In the next lap, honestly, I think we should probably switch over to the Hopper cars for a minute, and as they're getting ready to start navigating through some GT3 traffic, we might be able to catch some interesting moments here. I think they should catch them next lap here. They're pretty close.
Oh, yeah. They may even start to catch them probably in the Porsche curves.
Yeah, fair point. Almost gonna catch him in the Indy corner.
Yeah, they definitely might, as we do catch up here with your overall leader, Landon Lloyd. He's opened up to just about a 2.5 second lead, as he is quickly approaching the back end of that GT3 field. So they will be going down another lap, and you know, these hybrids, they've got to be really careful working around. Dang it. I lost my train of thought.
Working through these GT3s as he is coming up on the first one here. Coming through, I believe, was the Porsche. Yeah, Porsche curves, getting ready to come through the Porsche chicane.
Yep.
I'm learning.
Hallelujah. As you can see, your overall leader now working his way through this GT3 traffic for the first time after going green under that last safety car.
And the scary part, whenever you're in these GTPs going through traffic like that, you gotta hope that everyone's consistent. You know, you want them to stick to their line. You want to work your way around them, but sometimes people get a little overexcited and they'll start moving to different lanes and trying to let you have the preferred lane and stuff, and it'll really throw you out of your groove if you're just used to, you know, certain things. But everyone drives differently, so it does cause issues time to time.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that you want to do when you are getting passed by a faster car is, you know, run your normal race line, because that's what these, you know, hypercars are expecting out of the LMP2s and GT3s. For me personally, I go out in the GT3, figure out my lines, and then when I go get into a hypercar, I know how I drive the GT3, and as I watch people, it's pretty much very similar, so, you know, you just gotta be careful.
I will say it does look like the battle for 5th place is heating up here as they are working their way through lap traffic. You see them side by side coming through the 2nd straightaway here, getting ready to go into the Daytona chicane.
Too far. A little contact there. But Christophe Demay, he will take over the spot away from Shepard for MK Nexus Esports.
Yeah, man, this looks sketch. Coming to this hairpin with all these cars.
Man, just imagine being the driver down here in this craziness at the moment.
If I was a GT3 car and a GTP caught me in that corner, I would be shivering in my boots.
You know, the GT3's got to remember just to run their line, because the hypercars will find a way to get around you. But you got to be predictable. You got to just run your line. If you're on a straight, choose a side. Let the hybrids or the LMP2s decide where to go. And that's probably one of the biggest challenges that, you know, we face in the IMSA series or any of these, you know, multi-car class races, is a lot of people aren't familiar with multi-class. So when they come out to do this for the first time, they panic, and it usually doesn't end well.
Oh, we got a little bit of contact.
Yeah. A little bit of contact, some 3 wide racing, heading down here into the Dunlop curve.
Now, look like John getting a little bit of contact with a GT3 there, but it doesn't look like he got any damage. Going to continue going on. I believe the GT3 was able to continue going straight as well.
You know, and just like we were saying, you know, the GT3s, they got to run their line. They can't be all over the place and expect, you know, man, I am so tired. My brain keeps forgetting what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, you are right. The GT3 does got to run their line, but at the same time, if you're going into a tight corner like that and you're in the hypercar, sometimes you just got to give the GT3 the corner and then take it after. You know, you're obviously going to be able to pass them regardless. It might cost you a little bit of time, but it's better than wrecking out of the race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, patience is an absolute virtue, you know, in multi-class racing. You know, I hollered at... sorry, I'm adjusting in my seat. You know, I hollered at a hybrid in my race earlier. He made a dive bomb move into one of the chicanes, and I'm like, my man, you gotta have patience. You know, if you drive aggressively in these races, you know, there's no reason to drive aggressively, you know, only 3 or 4 hours in. Let the time go by. You know, just ride your race. It's you versus the clock right now. And then when you get down to about here, it's go time. That's when you can start being more aggressive. Having to make those, you know, bigger dive bombs on the GT3s simply because you need to keep up with the car in front of you because it's go time. So it's kind of like a mind game, you know, between the drivers of both classes. You got to know when one driver is being too, quote unquote, pushy versus a car that's not.
There's a fair point here, as we are closing in on that 2-hour mark. About 2 hours and 8 minutes left here. Currently 355 laps in, getting ready to cross over for the starter for 356. They still got a pretty good battle going on for this 4th position in the hypercar section. We got a battle going on for, I believe, 3rd place in the LMP2s and 4th place for the GT3s, or 3rd place for the GT3s as well.
Yeah.
Looks like Matt just got a little bit of a bad exit there. Surprisingly, that did not help DWR get much better of a run there. But he is going to be all over the back bumper coming through the 2nd set of chicanes.
Yep. Sorry to take your eyes away, but we had a couple cars to go off, including Mathis shots here coming up here through this area right here. You get into that grass. It is such a unforgiving piece of land here. Once you get down, your tires are into that, it is almost impossible, you know, to keep it from getting into the guardrail. Ooh.
Ooh, oh, and almost went for a ride there as well. Same corner.
Oh, whoops. He's coming out of pits. We don't care about him.
Dang, man. You don't care? That's rude.
That's not what I mean. He didn't. You know what? Diego Rodriguez. SimVision, number 13, LMP2. Fighting strong for that 10th position. He is 1 minute and 5 seconds. Only because he pitted. But he still has 2 hours to make up ground on the rest of the LMP2 field. Dakota trying to get me in trouble.
I ain't getting you in trouble. You're getting yourself in trouble, bud.
Yeah. Alrighty guys, I gotta step away here for just a few moments. We'll be back. Just enjoy the sights and sounds of Le Mans, and we'll catch you here in just a couple moments. Alrighty, guys, you guys have been watching this awesome battle here for the 4th position. Bucknick for Team Racing Black. He was able to overtake that position as you see them coming down, heading towards that Daytona chicane. I'm looking around here, there's not really much action going on anywhere else. Up down here to we got a couple cars battling back here for that 6th position. The 252, the 92, and the 911 of Vista Sport. Core Racing by GB Controls and Hello Twitch. These guys are all duking it out for that 6th position. Just under 2 hours remaining here in this event. Take a look here at a couple things. Alrighty, guys, sorry, I'm just taking a look here. The hypercars look like they are close. Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at some hypercars. Yeah, right here. This battle continuing to brew. Back for this 5th position. As Mark DeCalvisbert, he just had some issues. Let's come back, take a look here, and see what happened to that. Or so he got turned here right here on the straight. Let's come back here. See who the Acura is. Nope. No. Oh, they're in the 13th position, so that's going to be... Yeah, that is big. Why are we keep jumping back to him? Oh, that's Chicken Kebab Esports. Oh. Oh, yeah. That number 45 machine there. Let's see if we can get a better look on who is with him here in that Acura. Big contact. That's going to be the 36 machine of Darren Lobb. You know, let's go back on it one more time. We're going to go high in the sky. Oh, they're going to do me dirty like that. They're going to do me dirty like that? Well, we're going to find out who moved.
Man, I go away for 1 minute, come back, and somebody wrecked.
Yeah. Oh, man, yeah, he just got into the rear corner. I think that was trying to do some side drafting. Not just some side drafting gone wrong on that one. That's definitely very unfortunate there as we return back to this battle here for the 4th position. Vincent Pucknick trying to get up to Callan Shepard for MK Nexus. You know, that number 67 machine. He's worked his butt off to get back up into the 4th spot. You know, when we came back and started this broadcast a little bit over 4 hours ago, you know, MK067 was out front. And then they had some issues, fell all the way back to that 9th position. And he has slowly made his way back to the front here at Le Mans.
Yeah, I think they had more than an incident. I think they had like 3 or 4. I mean, it's very impressive they've recovered back to 4th already, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, and while I was away from the PC, Sean Fortier in that number 46 machine, he had a big moment here. Hold on, hold on. Woo. Hold the brake, back it up. Hopefully he doesn't get into anybody here.
You know, that car that was behind him when he did that just needs a change of pants after that one.
Yeah, definitely needed that. Chris Bell, how you doing, buddy? Yes, sir. That number 11 Conspic Delta V. Number 11 is back up to 3rd place. Man, Chris, how was the car out there today in this... Actually, make sure I hit live first here. But yeah, how was the car today? You know, for this stint, as the sun is shining nice and bright now. How much fun did you have out there? All of our GT3s are all down in pits.
Hey, man. Gotta get that gas.
Yep. Oh. That number 11 just made a pass on Elliott White for that 2nd position. So he's now got to hunt down Dion Fialo, that Moradnis number 70 LMP2. It's going to be a tall order because let me tell you what, that number 70 machine is wicked fast. But Conspit, they're also known to be fast as well. So it's I'm very curious to see on how well this is going to match up here for them. And, you know, going back to my comment real quick, you know, about all those GT3s being in the pits all at once, because I was just sitting here looking at the relative and everything, and all of a sudden I see all the names start moving all over. I'm like, what the world? And they were all down in pits. So that was actually quite funny. The car in the pace was strong, but not enough to chase Moradnis. That is tough. Man, yeah, that is really, really tough.
I mean, Moradnis just seemed like they got whatever they needed figured out for Split 2 here. I mean, they've been in the front for the past at least 5 hours, and they were in the front earlier. Yeah. So, definitely just a very strong LMP2. I mean,
yeah, definitely a very strong LMP2 for sure. You know, but that don't give up yet, guys. Don't give up. We still got an hour 48 minutes left. It doesn't end until Barney says it ends up in that flag stand. As you see a couple hypercars working their way through these LMP2s.
And even then, sometimes it don't end. You never know. There could be penalties. They could be DNF'd randomly.
Oh, yeah.
Could just be a squirrel running across the track. They had to throw a red flag. Another caution car or safety car. Anything, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, let me go ahead and take a look. You know, talking about, you know, throwing things around and everything. Looks like we do have a couple... a couple of incidents already that is under review here for split number 2. We're just waiting on word of if or when these penalties will be placed.
Penalty, the whole field goes 20 laps down, except for the last place drivers in each class.
Yeah, absolutely. But after an issue bringing the car in second position, it's very strong by us. Yeah, I know we're gonna see. We keep pushing. Oh, absolutely. And you know, that's one of my biggest things. You know, about these kind of contact between that hypercar and Mathis. You know what, Chris? How do you pronounce Mathis's last name?
Soch.
Soch? That's what I was gonna say. Soch.
No.
But you watch, it's just gonna be shot. Because I bet you the A and C are silent. That was about to be a big moment there.
It looked like the GTP tried to make the last minute decision to go around and just almost did not get cleared in time.
Yeah.
Trying to pull out from behind them. Someone's out. Mono competition. Oh, look. Must have been a lag. The 5th place car said it was out for a minute. I thought something had happened. I think it was just a little bit of lag.
Yeah, that's possible. We're looking at these GT3s. About 0.7 seconds separate your top 2 here in GT3 for Arvinus Racing and Team Racing Point.
You know, at some point, I vividly remember that Lamborghini missing the entire rear wing and all.
You know, that was possibly, yeah. No, it's...
Sacho?
Sacho?
Sacho? Sacho?
Ha ha ha. Sacho. You know what? Mathis Sacho. That sounds good to me.
Sachu? That's plan.
Okay, look, at least I'm trying to learn these things. Here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Oh, we got a pass here for 6. Chris, get my... He's moving up a little bit here, even more. in that number 33 machine by getting around John Eland with Team 75. Yeah, Christopher DeMay was having a major issue early on, and he is also one that has been driving his butt off, just trying to take the spots that he lost.
Yeah, and I will say both Delta V teams making somewhat of a comeback here.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Dakota. These drivers are doing absolutely phenomenal. Let's take a look. Here is the Cyril Nosbaum with Wild Card Racing. He was trying to defend it off from Washington Carvalho with Hardline Racing Team. You know, Washington, I think he's been in the car ever since we got back.
Yeah, he's been in the car since at least the first safety car that we had about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, something like that.
3.5, 4 hours ago. So he's probably been in there for about 3-4 fuel stints now.
Gotta give him major. Oh!
Might be about time for him to get out. I think it's starting to get to him, buddy. He heard us talking about him. His ears are burning.
Yeah, that was absolutely close.
Which, oddly enough, he was leading the GT3s not that long ago. We must have missed something.
Look how close that was. As we were looking at that, Christopher DeMay coming through the S's. Something happens in front of him, and it's just a big checkup. Oh.
Yeah, it looked like somebody blinked out there, and it just absolutely killed 3 other people.
Yeah, so it was Vincent. Let me move this real quick.
I'm confused because it looked like the whole rear of his car was off just a second ago, then it popped back on, and
yeah. So Vincent, so something happened.
Oh, definitely. I don't think he had much of a choice. I'd say that steering was broke.
Yeah. And then,
it looked like he hit a wall. What?
And then, like, everybody behind him.
Rewind that wall one more time.
What was that?
Rewind that back a little bit farther for me. Alright, hold on. So, play it slow-mo. So, it's like he come up here, and it's like he just hit an invisible wall. Because he got a little loose, and you see? He just, like, snapped to the right like he hit something.
No, that's just him trying to, you know, correct it from getting in the grass. This grass is vicious. And the moment that you get into that grass, you are pretty much just along for the ride. And unfortunately here, Tobias Kruken, who else was it? Christoph DeMay in that number 33 machine. He was a victim in this as well. And there was one other car involved, but he started to actually pull away.
I'm still pretty sure he's got damage, though.
Yeah, I don't know why he does that.
I think it's the 71. Or it's one of the 70s.
Yeah, one of them. But man, that's very, very unfortunate here.
And I mean, that's 3 or 4 positions somebody just gained right there.
definitely it. As you see, Vincent, he tried to pull away from the incident scene, but that car was just absolutely too broke. They have to come back down and get repaired, so let's go ahead and jump live. Let's see if these guys have a fast repair left. So the 09, he is in. Pop it back into place. No, they do not have a fast repair. Tobias, no fast repair. Vincent looks like he might have had a fast repair. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure, but man, that's just very unfortunate for these drivers down here in this hybrid class.
Also says Vincent has a meatball, so I don't know if that could be repaired on the road side of things or not.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it's going, it also depends on, if he has a fast repair left.
Yeah.
So we're definitely going to keep our eye on that as...
Oh.
And these guys... look like they are getting work done. Alright, so Tobias, yeah, he must have had a fast repair. I think Christoph might have had a fast repair as well. Because if it just kind of like pops the whole car back into place at once, that's how you know. So we're going to...
Well, it might not have been checked. That might have been why it didn't pop as soon as they got in the box.
Yeah, so I kind of saw it right there. Just look at the fender. It's just kind of popping back into place right above the tire. So no, that machine does not have a fast repair.
Fair enough.
Alright, so I want to go to the LMP2s here with Dion Fialo in that number 70 machine for Moradness. We were talking earlier, about that number 11 trying to catch him. He's opened it up to about 7 seconds now.
Yeah, but as we just seen right there, there could be another mistake out of someone that's running pretty good, as we just lost about 3 or 4 cars out of the GTP section.
Yeah.
But all it takes is just one bad move from somebody else or themselves, and got to put everyone else right back into contention. Although I will say the Delta V team, it was gaining a little bit of time there as they had it down to about 6.5, but it jumped back up to 7.3.
Yeah, I think that was because the 70 was stuck behind a LMP2. I'm sorry, behind a GT3. So Christoph Demey, he is back out on track. Tobias, he's back out on track as well. And it looks like the only victim left was Vincent Pucknick, the one that initiated that whole fiasco. But it does look like everybody else was able to continue on back on track. Let's jump back here to this battle for 5th in the LMP2. Alessio Angelini, Alberto Companin, and Marcelo Eusebio are all battling right now for that 5th spot in your LMP2 class. And let me tell you what, These three have been really going at it for like probably about the good last half hour. Maybe more.
Yeah, the LMP2, like, it's either the front three are battling real hard or fifth to like eighth are battling really hard.
Yeah.
And it seems like the front three will catch up to each other for a little bit, and then they spread it back out, and then it goes to the back half, and then they'll spread back out, and the front half somehow catches back up to each other, then they spread back out again.
Yeah.
Very confusing, but it just seems to keep happening.
Yeah, that's definitely the truth.
Like right now, the 11 is actually reeling in the 70 here. They're down to almost 6 seconds from 7.5 just moments ago.
Yeah.
And then not too far behind them, the 112's only about 2 seconds back from the 11. So if the 112 can get up to the 11 and they can draft a little bit together, might have a shot at catching that 70.
Yeah, look at these two just make up my mind on where you guys want to be. Alberto Campaign, and he will overtake Angelini for that 5th spot. But now the question is, when will Angelini fight back and try to take over that 5th spot here once again?
When I saw them making that move, I thought one of them was spinning off the front of that GT3 because that looked very close. Looks like we got a battle going on for the GT3s for first as well.
Oops. Here we go. Yeah, right there between Wabu and Dave Riz. Dave Riz in that number 77. He's he's been lurking, you know, looking for that top spot for the last 2 hours, I believe it's been. You know, and I think he's hungry. He wants to lead this race, and man, right now he's in a really good spot. He just needs to get that Lamborghini in front of him to make some sort of mistake, and you know that's all it's going to take is just make him give one mistake, and that will be your moment.
Now, you can tell these guys are really pushing right now. They're using every bit of the track. They're really whipping it through these corners.
You know, I'm still... Look. I'm watching all these cars. The Hypercar, the LMP2s, all these GT3s. Use that curve heading into Dunlop chicane. They're all the way to the right on top of those rumble strips. Then they make that hard left. Every single time that I do it, I get onto the brake just like everybody else, and I always spin. I don't understand how these drivers use these curbs, because let me tell you what, I can't figure it out.
Man, in the LMP2 at Daytona, I think it's the bus stop, I hit that curb one time. The first time I'd used it, because every other time I'd spun out. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make a pass. I was getting ready to go around GT3, barely touched it with my left rear tire, and it sent me directly into the wall. Everyone else is hitting it and going up on 2 wheels through the corner, and I barely touch it, and my car's like, nope, not today.
Well, I mean, I know that. Why did Bryce give me one moment here? The number 18, he all of a sudden he just jumped to the pits.
Maybe a connection issue?
Maybe.
That's what it looks like, because they left the pit almost instantly.
Yeah. Okay.
That's unfortunate for them.
Yeah, but anyway, so back to this battle here for the race lead, and using these curbs, yeah, I mean, that bus stop at Daytona, you know, you can use it. You just got to be careful on how you place your tires, because I know exactly that what you're talking about, hitting that first curve just right, and it just throws you right to those tires on the other side of the bus stop. As we got to pass here, Dave Riz, he's looking for the race lead. And that number 27 machine, he will go ahead and concede that position for now. Now, the question is, when will Cool Blue, I don't even know how to say that. It's going to be very interesting to see, however, if that 27 machine can try to make a run on the 77 as they head down this very long straight heading up to Porsche curves.
Hey, that was actually a really good place to make that pass just a moment ago.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for that Lamborghini to really keep up with the Porsche through this section, as I feel like the Porsche's got a little bit better center rotation through a lot of these corners.
Yeah, definitely for sure. But right now, Lucas Dave Riz in that number 77 machine, he is starting to open on that 27 machine. So it's going to be very interesting to see, what this faster car is going to do. That's the number 11 machine, Delta V Racing.
I also want to say MK in that 067 back up to third position, only 4 seconds behind second.
Yeah.
Looking for a podium finish here after everything that team has been through. That is just an amazing sight.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Shepard has driven his butt off, to come back up through the field. And we're going to keep our eye on that gap between him and Brandon Wilson in that number 44 Ferrari hypercar. Because I'm curious on, if Shepard can actually, wheel him in without any help.
Well, I will say he is reeling in second. Already cut down 0.3 off of the time to the 82. And that is a man on a mission.
Yes. And he's already gained almost half a second already.
And I believe second place was catching up to first for a moment there. So it's not like second place is super slow. They're holding pretty consistent to first, so. Still got a pretty good battle going on in the GT3s as well for that first position. It looks like Team Racing Point keeping up with Racing 77. Lamborghini definitely a little bit better straightaway speed, but that Porsche is just so much better through the tighter sections.
I'm really enjoying this battle right here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely closest battle we really have right now. Oh, something must have happened with MK there. It looks like they started losing time again. Looks like got 3 LMP2s coming down to pits.
Looks like the number 3 machine, they're going to do a driver change, and Christopher Beller is going to get back into the car.
Well, Chris, if you're still in here, we are going to judge you hard, sir. Just because you're in here.
Absolutely.
No pressure.
You guys want to separate? You don't want to come out like that.
Yeah, they do. Oop.
You okay?
I thought we was about to see a wreck right there. That's all. Caught me off guard.
Yeah, let's go back and
It's like-
take a look at that.
I don't even think you could have fit a piece of paper between them right there. Like, that was...
That was close.
No harm, no foul.
As of right now, everybody's pretty much good old spread out.
And it does look like that 67 is still on a different pitch strategy from everyone else in the GTP cars.
Yep, he's back now on pit road. That 133 of Vincent Bucknick, he's still working that meatball flag from earlier, and it's already been 20 minutes since he's been down on pit road. So very long time here for Vincent Bucknick in that number 133 machine. Shepard for MK Nexus Esports should start to pull away here just in a moment.
Let's see. How many minutes can these drivers go on a tank of fuel? Isn't it normally about an hour per stint or something like that?
I have no clue. I know that I can go 11 laps. So about 44 minutes for a LMP2. Actually, probably under 40 minutes.
Fair enough. There is a lot of wide open action. Yeah, there is a lot of wide open action at this track, so it makes sense you'd burn a little bit more fuel than...
Yeah. Especially when you don't have anybody to draft off of.
Also a fair point.
Robert almost going for a ride coming through Indianapolis. You know, I am glad to see that I'm not the only one who was having that issue. Man, you hit the gas pedal in these LMP2s and you're like, alright, I need to get around this GT3, so you hit the gas pedal coming out, and the GT3 ends up just starts to go without you, and you're like, oh, come on now.
I ain't gonna lie, the screen got a little blurry for me a second ago, and I thought it was raining, and I was about to be like, well, that was bad timing for that, but no, I'm just blind. (1 hour, 18 minutes, 30 seconds
left here in the Majors 24 split number 2, as your race leaders are currently down on pit road. Brandon Wilson, Pascal Whale, and Tim Stupel will be your top 3 currently for your LMP2 class. I'm sorry, for your hypercar class. Dion Fiallo for Muradness, Elliott White for Solpec Precision Racing, and Christopher Beller for Conspit Delta B Racing is your top 3 in your LMP2. And then Lucas Deveres, Giami M. Kolbu with Team Racing Point. And rounding out your top 3 currently is going to be Finn Humped in for Manatee Racing Blue. And just like that, Christopher Beller, he's out here battling it out with Elliott White for that 2nd spot. Right now, Beller has it, but Elliott White wants it.
Yeah, and I don't think the 70 is pit yet.
Correct. I believe you are right on that. I am showing the last time he came down was lap 349. And he is currently...
That's weird, he's only got a 15-second gap to 2nd, though. I feel like a pit stop should take around like 40, 50 seconds probably, by the time you drive down pit road, and maybe more.
Yep, so a lot of these drivers are spending between 40 to 43 seconds down on pit road. Anything longer than that, you are probably ending up fixing something. Everybody right now is pretty much spread out, but Vincent Pucknick had some issues on his out lap coming up here through Dunlop chicane.
And that's very unfortunate because I'm pretty sure they just got out of the pits from fixing damage, so luckily he was able to keep it out the wall.
Definitely able to keep it off the wall, definitely beneficial for that. But right now, Elliott White for Solpic, he's all over the back bumper of Christopher Beller in that Conspit Delta B racing machine. Let's see.
It's crazy how big the GT3 cars look compared to like everything else.
Yeah.
You would think the LMP2 would be slightly bigger.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I went out to the Rolex a couple years ago, and you can look right inside a LMP2, and you know, as me, as a big guy, I wouldn't be able to do it.
You know, when you race at iRacing and you actually sit in the seat, you're like, oh, this don't feel small. But then you get in this view and you could like put it side by side with the GT3.
Yeah.
And you really truly realize how small the car is.
Oh yeah.
So I'm interested to see if anyone's going to have any pit strategy for the interiors. We are closing in on an hour. I'd say we at least have one more pit stop here.
Yep, we definitely will have, you know, at least one more pit stop for sure.
Maybe two, depending on what class.
Yeah.
Still a pretty good battle going on for first place in the GT3s.
He's still trying to hold off,
Nope.
What happened?
It looks like, right as we switched over to there, Team Racing Point decided they wanted the pit. By the way, go check the M24 stuff. You know, I don't know what that means, so I just.
Which one? Stuff?
Yeah.
For what Chris said?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I already knew that.
Oh, well, fair enough. I just happened to see it pop up because I was going and checking and reading some messages right quick. I don't know how much better of a fuel line that 70 car has than the rest of the field, but holy.
Oh God, that's great. So I guess in one of the protests, Race Control wrote the 80 humped the 8 in 9 months. They'll be an 88, but now the 81st has to do a drive-through. Oh man, that was great. All right. Yeah, that was great. That was great. And well, now that everything started to cycle through here, Dion Fiallo, he will retain the race lead in the LMP2 class. Christopher Buller, it will be second at the moment. And then Elliott White for Precision Racing. Big shout out to Brandon Wilson in that number 44 Ferrari. Lucas Durkin in the number 82. And then Shepard with MK. Currently sitting in that third spot. And as of right now, Shepard, he's gotten his time all the way down to 6 seconds. That's an incredible drive out of Shepard.
Still potential to win this thing. I mean, absolutely been closing the time down. There's been a couple of moments where he's been able to get a second a lap, and then every now and again, a couple tenths here and there. But seems like all the dots are aligning for them to have a shot that right at the end of this thing.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and like I said earlier, it is not over until Barney waves that checkered flag at the end of this 24 hours. And man, let me tell you what, I hope I get to get a little bit of sleep before my broadcast after this, because man, let me tell you what, I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm getting old. Just staying up 24, 48 hours is for the birds.
Oh yeah.
Wish I was still 10 years old, could stay up a week straight. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, right.
So I'm really confused here because the battle for the LMP2s was getting really close, and then everyone pit, but I still have not seen the 70 pit yet. And the gap's about 12 seconds, so it makes me think they pit, but
yeah, he pitted back on lap 349.
349.
Yep. And right now, he is working on lap number 352. It got coming to 353.
Yeah.
So yes, so he pitted a lap in between them or something like that.
I'm just confused because I thought the gap was about 6 seconds and then now it's 12. So something must have happened we missed there. But that does make more sense now. I got to remember that the lap at the top is not the lap that the LMPs are on. Oh.
Your LMP2 race leader, Dion Fiallo, got an off in Indianapolis.
See, I start talking about somebody and they start messing up. I just need to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
All right at an hour left in this thing. Potentially, we should hit it right. A little over 400 laps, I believe. Probably like, what, 415, 420 running there?
I mean, it's possible.
We are now up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, right now, this here is our closest battle on track at the moment.
We are now up to 3,175 miles. So in the time we have been broadcasting since the last time I did this, I think we've already gained another 500 miles. Give or take a little bit. I think it was about 2,600.
Something like that, yeah.
Team Hello Twitch. Fourth position for the GT3s. That's interesting. First time I've seen that name today, unless I've just been absolutely blind.
Yeah, you've been blind.
Ooh, don't look now, but that 067 of MK down to second and a half to second place now. Absolutely going on a tear, trying to get caught up and potentially win this thing. Woo!
As we come into the final hour here in just about 10 seconds, as we are going to transfer over and work into hour number 23. Less than 1 hour remaining for these drivers.
And keep in mind, MK is on a little bit different of a pit strategy. Has been pitting slightly earlier than everyone else here, so hopefully they do have enough fuel to make it to the end after their last pit stop here. As it does look like the GT3s are coming in for potentially their final pit stop, if they're able to save enough. Not quite sure. There's about an hour left in the race. Still might have one pit stop left. But if Shepard can pull this off coming back from the deficit that they had here and winning this thing, I mean, you're going to have to give that man an extra token. Looks like Manti Racing Blue might have got a little bit of a slowdown penalty there.
Yeah, just a wee bit.
But everything's spread out for the most part now. I mean, not really any battles besides maybe for third place in GT3, but after that slowdown penalty, that kind of separated them a little bit as well.
Leader currently, Brandon Wilson, that number 44 machine.
Doing a phenomenal job as well. Holding a steady gap to second place of about 3.6 to 4 seconds here. And man, this is really the time where you gotta dig deep. This final hour here, you're exhausted. The race is almost over. You're sitting there thinking, I can't wait for this to be done. I'm ready to take a break, but at the same time, you gotta stay focused and keep hitting your marks. Just because one mistake could end up ruining it. But so far, it seems like Brandon Wilson's been able to handle the pressure and answer the call every time we've had a safety car or anything else. He's just been very consistent, very minimal issues from that whole entire team. Which, as you were saying earlier, you know, the least amount of mistakes typically puts you in the best position, and that seems to be the truth here.
Alright, good. I gotta get up and stretch and wake up again.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm starting to fall asleep over here in this chair.
Listen, I was sitting here thinking just a second ago to myself, and this was about me. Ooh, we got a nodder. Because, yeah. I don't know if you remember you ever watched Cars or not, but someone will get the reference.
Yep. Yep, so while we watch your race leader, actually, we have battle back here in the LMP2, so we're going to watch these guys here for a couple laps while I get up, shake off the sleep, and try to get moving again.
10-4.
Alrighty, guys, I apologize about that. Just trying to wake up and get moving again, as I have been up for over 24 hours now. Doing a little bit of Majors broadcasting, Major 24 racing, Majors ending broadcast here, as we have just under 45 minutes left in the race here today. Let's Go Renewed by BEKT Racing. Let's see. Yeah, that they are. Oh yeah, that's exactly all they really need. Yes, come on, tell me who you guys are rooting for in the final 43 minutes of this race. We have one for Renew. We have one for SimVision. Who else do we got out there, guys? Who are we rooting for? Yeah, that would be a lot of fun. However, yeah, we don't throw out a safety car in the final 30 minutes of events. Oh yeah. Just give you guys a small update. My team is still currently sitting in that 4th position. Are coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, beat you to it. Yeah, absolutely. As you know, one of these guys all last pit lap 369 is when they last pit, so that means it was just about 10 laps ago, and they can go roughly about 11 laps on fuel, so we should be expecting to see these guys come down pit road soon. I think probably for their final pit stop, I believe. Like that. They're not pitting. Oh no, MK is pitting. Here they come. Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be their final pit stop of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And Shepard looks like he is going to be staying in the cars, so what a good drive for this MK Nexus Esports 067 Ferrari hypercar. The whole team has done a phenomenal job at, you know, at working with each other to get them back up to the front, to actually even have a shot to win this thing. It's just absolutely phenomenal.
You know, Mike, I gotta do something, and you're gonna hate me for it, but I gotta do it at least once.
What?
6-7.
Oh my god, get the out of here.
Does that make me young and hip?
You guys,
does that put me with cool kids?
No, it just shows that we're delusional right now. We had one driver go off track. Let's go back and take a look. The number 13 of Diego Rodriguez will get way wide.
That's not the first time we've seen that in that corner today, that is for sure.
Yeah, let me tell you what, that corner comes up, and it comes up quick. If you overshoot that corner, oh man.
So far, I think we've only seen one car hit the barrier, but everyone else doing a pretty good job at avoiding it. Still very close calls, very scary to see.
Absolutely, as we see Shepard now trying to work his way around a GT3 machine, as we have Yusin Sang having issues in that number 301 machine coming up here through coming up here through the S's, heading to Tête Rouge. Still currently, ladies and gentlemen, still a lot of separation between a lot of these drivers. So we're not just sticking on one guy, you know, just to, you know, stay with him, but we really don't have much of a battle to go to that's really worth it. But of course, as I say that, we got a battle right here for fourth between Hello Twitch and Vesta Sports at 252. And this is like I said, the battle for fourth place here in the GT3s.
It does look like a lot of the GT3s getting ready to come down pits this time. Your top three in hypercar coming down to pits this time.
Yep, Brandon Wilson with Hyperion Racing's in, Arts Esports is in, Paddock GG's in, Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC, they are in. sorry for not being so very talkative here in the final 33 minutes of this race. I have now officially learned not to broadcast this event and race without giving myself plenty of time to rest in between. So my brain's kind of fried right now, guys. But let me tell you what, the 12 hours that I have been here with you guys, I have absolutely enjoyed myself. So in the early hours of this race here in split number 2, many incidents, a couple big impacts that sent cars upside down. Man, we saw cars every which way.
Well, I will say, it looks like the 82 did take over the lead there after the pit stop. For the hopper cars.
Yeah.
And yeah, it has been a pretty long day for you, especially. And then, not to mention, you got another broadcast to do right after this.
Yeah, definitely. That one actually starts in about 2 hours. So I'll be able to step away and try to get like an hour nap in before that one starts.
My man's gonna fall asleep, wake up, and be like, wow, it's dark outside. What happened?
Oh, that's gonna happen to me at about noon Eastern, maybe 12:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna lay down and I ain't gonna wake up again until it's nighttime, and then my sleep schedule's gonna be all screwed up.
Oh yeah.
And I'll just turn around and have to blame Dakota. I mean, that's plain and simple, as we see the 252 machine is gonna give up that third position and come on down pit road for the final time.
Can we hop on board with that 44 machine? Ah, it beat me to it. Close enough.
44?
Yeah, it's 44. Or the 82.
There he is. Yeah, this is the battle for overall at the moment. Let me see. Yeah, so these guys all just came down not too long ago, and the 067, he is only 4.6 seconds behind, and yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how hard Shepard is going to push for MK Nexus Esports.
It did look like MK was going to catch up and be a contender for the win here, and then all of a sudden that 82 kicked it in the high gear and now is taking over the race lead here, but does not look like Hyperion in the 44 machine is going to take it laying down as they are battling back here in the final few laps, as we got 30 minutes to go and we're about to be starting lap 383 here, or 384.
Yeah, I'm just going through it in my head. I think we've got maybe 7 to 8 laps left here today in Le Mans. And let me tell you what, we are super excited to get this thing over with. It has been fun. It has been crazy as Brandon Wilson in this number 44 machine, he will get a slowdown in this little section of the track. That's why you see the yellow flag next to his name. And right there, he was able to go ahead and get it cleared. So, no harm, no foul. He didn't lose much on that exchange anyway.
Sometimes you get lucky and catch him in like a decent spot.
That is true. Gonna jump back here to Shepard. that's the distance right there. Just about 5-second gap now between Shepard and Dirksen. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Shepard can pull this off.
That is true. It looks like these two are about to have a all-out brawl in these closing laps, as both of these guys are definitely pushing it to the limits and working their way through this what little bit of lap traffic they keep running on pretty quickly here.
Yep.
MK starting to actually close in on them a little bit as they kind of checked up a little bit for that lap car. So if MK is able to get around it a little faster, going to gain about a second overall here. So it does look like MK was able to do so.
I'm going to tell you what, Shepard is probably driving his butt off right now. Sorry, let's go back to this battle right here for your race lead.
Vulcan Motorsports taking over the lead for the GT3 class as everyone else going into their pit cycles. I think this is going to be the only close battle we have towards the end of this thing. Is most of the other classes are pretty well decided unless something major ends up happening.
Yeah, definitely. As you see a pass here for this race lead, Wilson quickly making a move around the 82 machine, but here comes the 82 machine firing right back. And once again, Wilson getting a slowdown penalty for using the curbs in the chicanes. He's going to go ahead and quickly get it cleared, and he's going to put it back into high gear and get to the back bumper of Dirksen. And that's going to bring Shepard less than 3 seconds to the back bumper here of Wilson. So right now, Shepard, he is still giving it all he's got. Last lap, last lap, it looks like Shepard ran a full second faster than your 2 leaders out front. Now they have a LMP2 here they're going to use on the Porsche straight, heading over to the Porsche curves.
Brandon Wilson, who was able to maintain the lead for Hyperion for quite a bit, is I think he's been in the car for a few stints now, and then all of a sudden, just the 82 car coming alive, it's really confusing as Brandon had been pretty dominant the past, what would you say, hour and a half, 2 hours?
Yeah, definitely. That Hyperion racing machine he's been wicked fast all day long, as we now ride on board here with Brandon Wilson coming through Tete Rouge. And now they're going on Mouzlon straight as they're going to head towards that first chicane. And just look at the absolute speed on this machine. Man, you blink, you're going to miss something. Heavy brake right to the back bumper of Dirksen. Sorry to pull us away from that beautiful view, but Kirill had an... Oh! Yeah, that wasn't... yeah, so how about them Yankees? Let's not talk about that. But let's go ahead and go back on board because I was loving that shot. Let's change it up a little bit. Let's look at this view as he gets onto almost onto the inside there, coming out of I believe that was the hairpin back there as they're making their run down towards Indy.
And Team Racing Point currently sitting P2 for the GT3s. Having a pretty good race overall, and it looks like Sim Vision currently P4. About 10 seconds back from third, but I mean, anything can still happen. We still got 20 minutes left here, and I mean, all it takes is someone to make a one-wrong move and could change the entire race for everybody.
Yeah, definitely could change everything for sure.
Race isn't over till it's over, that is for sure. I like this view we got going here. You can kind of see how fast these GTPs are able to get through these corners. A lot of high-speed corners through this section of the track.
Yeah. And it does seem like Dirksen, he is able to get through Porsche curves a lot better than Wilson here, as Wilson gets right there to the back of Dirksen, but with him diving a little bit deeper than anticipated there, that's going to back him off just a little bit here by a couple tenths of a second.
Yeah, and I've noticed that 067 has been able to gain some time, but keeps losing it, and I think it's just due to traffic, honestly. I think Shepard has been able to get around some traffic a little cleaner, and then some of us not been able to get around very good at all. And it's honestly, all these guys are running around the same times. It's just really coming down to who can get through the traffic the best.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Which I believe Shepard should be able to gain some time here, as he's gonna have this long straightaway.
Yeah, he's gonna quickly get around that LMP2.
Almost able to get some draft off the cars in front of him.
Yep. He is now down to pretty much 2 seconds back behind, as we have just under 20 minutes remaining here at Le Mans. We are looking at probably just about 5 more laps. As you see Dirksen move over to the right-hand side of the track to get ready for this Daytona chicane.
I just want to know what that poor cone ever did to anybody. Everybody's been running it over today.
They do. And it bothers me.
Oh.
That's down here at Indianapolis. Yeah, he got a little help from that 110 machine, right? Oh no, actually he just went up. You forgot to turn. Ryan, you gotta turn. Yeah, that's unfortunate there for that 49 machine, as he will have to come down pit road to get repairs done. But hopefully Ryan and that Eclipse Motorsports team will have some we'll have a fast repair waiting for him. Hopefully, you know, we're gonna stay here with him, and because I'm curious if he still has a fast repair or not. Alrighty, and after looking at the car, Ryan, Formula One says that this car bodywork will not work with the current Formula One body, so nope, you gotta put the nose back on.
Well, good news. The farthest back they can go. The last position they could lose is 9th, because 10th is as far back as they can go. So that's all, at least a positive.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, they have already used up their fast repair, so they're going to have to sit in pits until that is taken care of. We're going to come back out here to our battle for the race lead with 16 minutes and 45 seconds left in this race. Wilson still hanging on about half a second back, and once again, Shepard, he kind of just stalled out about 2.3 seconds behind them. So, you know, Shepard's really going to have to dig down deep here in the closing laps to try to make something happen. And sorry about that.
I mean, looking at the track map, they're going to catch up to a LMP2. And if MK could keep that time down, by the time they get caught at this LMP2, it might slow him up a little bit, just enough for him to get in draft range. But it looks like he's starting to lose a little bit of time as he's fell back to almost 3 seconds again. Shepard.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't help that Dirksen and Wilson are both drafting, you know, and that is actually making those two cars go a lot faster and to pull away from Shepard. So, you know, what Shepard needs is he needs these two to stop running in single file line and really start battling each other so that he can start moving up through the field as you see them coming through.
The good thing is that's going to help Shepard out here is they're coming up on about 10 cars worth of lap traffic. So, going to be able to play into Shepard's favor possibly.
Oh!
Ooh.
Man, I thought that they were about to hit each other right there. Woo-hoo-hoo! Just under 15 minutes left in this race, ladies and gentlemen. And your separation between your leaders is only 1 car length. If that, at some points, as they are heading up here into the Porsche curves once more. And this is where Dirksen, he excels just a little bit better than Wilson. But Wilson, he is better coming up here in the Ford chicane. So this little bit of time that he just lost here going through these corners, he's going to gain by crossing over. Wait a second. Ah!
Oh, we also got a battle going on for first position in the GT3s now as well. Just happened to let that catch my eye.
Yeah, well, I don't know who to watch.
I'd say we just keep it on what we're on for right now. But looks like the 44 got a little bit of a time penalty.
Yep, he's going to have to slow up just a little bit to give back that time. Still 2.6 seconds back is Shepard. Shepard, he's going to have to really dig way down deep to try to make something happen. But first, Wilson, he's got to slow down to allow that time penalty to go away. There it goes. He finally got it to just fly away. Now, Shepard is 2.5 seconds back. Man, let me tell you what, Shepard must be driving his absolute tail off, trying to catch up to these two directly in front of you. Oh, I should say him. With this separated a little bit, we're going to jump down here to the battle for your GT3 lead. It is Team Racing Point versus Manatee Racing Blue 179.
And something must have happened to the Porsche because they had a pretty substantial lead.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
I don't even see, because I don't think it was a wild card, was it? I was leading.
Wild card, dude, they were leading at one point.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, just here recently, they were there was a portion of the lead is about 14 seconds ahead of everybody, and then it's just been a bad pit strategy call or something, too.
It could have been, yeah. That was a big cut there by your GT3 leader, but no, he will not get hit with a time penalty. He got lucky there.
Oh, and while we're still watching this, just keep everyone updated on Hypercar. It does look like the 44 has fallen back from the 82, and that has allowed for the 067 to start to catch up to both of them as well. Gap about 1.5 seconds between all three. 3 seconds overall. Finn right now is trying to figure out when they want to make this move, because if you make it too soon, the Lamborghini's just going to be able to get a run on you and take it back, you know? So you got to really, it's kind of like oval racing, you know? You're at Daytona, you got to wait for the right moment to make that move so they don't just do it right back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to jump over here to the battle for second in the LMP2. Christopher Beller trying to hold off Elliott White in that number 112 machine.
Yeah, and those two have been kind of battling it out for the past hour. Ever since Christopher has hopped into that 11 machine, he's really been holding on to that second place fairly well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it doesn't surprise me either, because he had a very good, strong run in the first 6 hours as well. So you know, seeing him up here battling for the second position, it does not surprise me whatsoever. And I also want to point out, ladies and gentlemen, all of y'all need to go wash your cars. How dare you guys let these cars get dirty like this? They're too beautiful. As you see the front end of that number 11 machine, you know, at the start of this race, that machine was pure white with nothing else on it. But you can see all that rubber that was kicked up during the race build up on it, which I think is absolutely beautiful to see.
It's like 44 mounting the hard charge in the hopper cars. So you get caught back up to the 82. Got the deficit down from a 1.5 to a 0.5.
Yep.
And then it's still a really top battle for the GT3s as well, as it's down to a 0.1. So all over each other's bumpers.
Alright, so I just want to throw it out there. Dirksen, he has opened up a 1 second lead over Wilson. And Wilson has hung out about 2.4 seconds in front of Shepard. So as we are getting ready to wind down here, this was just about 7 minutes left here. 2 laps, I believe, should be remaining here. Maybe 3, depending on how iRacing will call it when they come back around. So we are ultimately 2, maybe 3 laps before the end of this event. Your battle for seconds has kind of subsided just a little bit due to the traffic. And then the battle for your race lead here in the GT3 is still absolutely on fire. What does Finn need to do to take over this race win? That's going to be the ultimate question. As you see them start weaving here just a little bit back and forth to try to disturb, you know, that airflow and get to break that draft, you know, so that they can't go as fast.
I think Finn's going to wait until the last lap to make a move here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely very possible. Our race leader, he's about halfway through, done with the track already. He's getting ready to head into the hairpin. So we're going to continue to watch this battle right here as these two are starting to get swarmed by hybrids and LMP2 drivers. So as long as these two mind their P's and Q's and do what they need to do, you know, both of these drivers will have a good day, you know, coming home first, second in class. That's still pretty cool here in the major series. It still gets you some beautiful coins as well. So you guys definitely keep racing hard, but don't take each other out. Man, Finn, he is right there in striking distance.
I do believe we are going to have at least 2 more laps here.
Did we pass the... No, we have not passed start finish line just yet. And as we get closer, we're going to take a look and see what
Yeah, this might be the final one because it's about 3 minutes feet second to lap.
Yeah. Let's find out here. Does the white flag wave?
Did not.
No. All right, so we do have 2 more laps here at Le Mans. As we come back live here, let's go ahead and jump back to that battle here for the race lead in your GT3 class. Christopher Beller in that Conspit Delta V machine. He's trying to still hold off that number 11 machine. I'm sorry, the 112 machine of Elliott White. So we still got a couple big things that we are watching. Brandon Wilson in that 44, he has a slowdown. He just served that.
And it looks like the 44 is just not going to have the answer for the 82. As he's been able to get within a half a second and then just falls right back, loses a second again.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. 2 minutes left here at Le Mans. And let me tell you what, it has been an amazing 24 hours as these drivers come through the Daytona chicane. I thought he was going to go make that move.
Well, if he is going to make a move, he's going to have to do it this next lap. He's not going to have a choice here. It's final lap of the race. Do have a couple of GTPs coming up behind him here. First one able to go around, no issue.
The other ones just might have to sit here and follow through. They might have to follow through. No, he's far back. All right. So they're going to get through this area just fine. Let's go ahead and head back over to our flag stand, because I know our race leaders are getting ready to make their way. Still no white flag. We are literally going to run it all the way down to 0. So 2 laps to go here at Le Mans. That's crazy. Now let me just make sure he's not waving it yet. Yeah, you better not. Barney, you're fired, my dude. So that's a development right here. Christopher Beller and Elliott White both have to come down for a quick top off on fuel. And that's going to allow Marcelo Eusebio to get around both of them up into the second spot. So right now, Christopher Beller, he is on the chopping block for the podium. As we come back here to the battle here for your GT3 race lead. Woo! Careful, boys. We need to survive one more lap. Well, I guess we actually...
Well, that's gonna make it a little harder here.
Yeah. Developing story up here for your race lead. Hyperion Brandon Wilson, he is going to overtake Dirksen. But here comes Dirksen trying to fight back as he is trying to contact. See, I think
Side by side as they're coming to Indy here.
Woo!
It's gonna be a hard corner to make side by side.
Oh yeah. Nice and easy. More contact. Wilson, he will come away with the race lead. Dirksen's not going to give it up just yet as Christophe Demay, he's having issues in that number 33 machine. Let's come back here and take a look, see what happened to him. Just heading into... yep. No.
The marbles.
Yeah. Got into the marbles for sure. Back to the battle here.
And it does look like the 179 was able to make a move, but they're still battling back there in the GT3s as well.
Woo. Team Racing Point was able to get back around Finn.
Gave him a little bit of a bump there. Give him another one.
Oh my god, no, I missed it. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait, checkered. Well, that kind of blows. Alright, well, we missed that, ladies and gentlemen, but your overall race winner, Brandon Wilson, in that number 44 machine. Dion Fiallo, he'll cross over as your LMP2. And your battle for the race lead here in the GT3s is still on as they're coming through the Porsche curves for the final time. Right now, Finn has it in that 179 machine. The 27, he wants it back. Is he going to have anything for him? No, he's still falling back. I think the 27 might be running out of fuel.
Like I said, Flynn was going to have to make a move on the last lap, and he was able to get it done, and I think it's going to bring him home first class for the GT3s as he's rounding the final corner.
Finn for Manatee Racing Blue will bring home the race win here in the Majors 24 for the GT3s. Again, Dion Fiallo will bring home the race win in your LMP2 for the Majors, and your overall and hybrid race winner, Brandon Wilson, with a last lap pass. He will bring his team the overall win for the Majors 24. What an exciting day here. It was a very, very long 24 hours. As we are still awaiting the final couple drivers to make their way to the start-finish line.
3,327 miles.
Absolutely, and Alberto Companin, he is going to come up through the Porsche curves, and he will be your final driver to cross the checkered flag here today. And once he crosses the line, we can go ahead and go over our scoring.
And for anyone that is not in the USA, that is 5,386 kilometers.
That is crazy.
Oh, wait. Well, I believe so. If not, then, you know.
Alright, so my team, we are going to cross the line P4 in the majors. 24 down in split, number 18. Excited about that. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to jump over to them real quick. Don't go anywhere. I can't stay, but Dave, Jacob, congratulations, guys. P4, good job.
Thanks, Mike.
Alright, gotta go finish the broadcast. Bye. Alright. So we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I had to jump over to my team and tell them congratulations before... Oh, crap, I shared the wrong screen. There we go. It sounds like somebody is still down there doing some burnouts. Who is out there doing burnouts?
Oh.
There he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a race, what a day. Let's go ahead and take a look here at your final race results. Oh, he even did this. Those, why are we looking at qualifying results? I don't want qualifying results. I want these results. Coming home first, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Hyperion Racing 2, the number 44. Coming home second, it's going to be Arts Esports, number 82 machine. MKX Nexus Esports in the 067 will come home third. Congratulations to your podium drivers right there. Paddock.gg will come home fourth. Fifth will be Team 75 Bernard Sim RC, Vesta Sport Blue, Simitalk Sensations, Soul Pick Precision Racing, followed by Delta V Racing 3, and Vulcan Motorsports Gold will bring home your top 10. Moradness will bring home your race win for your LMP2s, followed by Sim Vision Conspit Delta V Racing 2, Solpec Precision Racing 112 DWR Sim Coach Setups number 46 will be your top 5 for your LMP2 machines. Congratulations to your top 3 in LMP2. And heading over to a strong finish for your GT3 machines, Manatee Racing Blue, Team Racing Point, Hello Twitch will be your podium finishers there, followed by Hardline Racing Team 2, Vulcan Motorsports will round out your top 5. So we want to send out huge congratulations to all of those drivers there. And let me tell you what a day. We had a lot of fun. Man, Dakota, this was your first time up here in with the majors and calling the final 6 hours. What was your experience here?
Well, the safety cars really made it interesting, got everybody grouped back up, and I think really kind of kept the race alive so one singular person didn't run away with it. And, I can understand some people being upset about the safety cars, but at the same time, it does keep it realistic because you never know when a wreck's going to break out in real life.
Yeah. Man, it was an awesome, crazy, fun 24 hours. On that note, you guys, we're going to end the stream right here. We want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys for talking with us as well. Penalty for Merc. Just want to give, let's see, great performance team, Racing Points. Great race for the TRP. Second place due to contact with the Manatee team. Hashtag penalty for Merc. Yep, we hear all that, guys. But, you guys, thank you guys so much. And what a wonderful 24-hour Majors 24. Over 900. Hang on, let me see if I can pull up the actual number here for you.
Doesn't look like we have anyone in the interview rooms, so...
No, we do not. Okay, all I know, guys, we had about 996 or 97 teams registered, over 4,000 drivers running this event across 18 splits. And on behalf of myself, Mike Taylor, and Dakota LaRue, we want to send out a big, huge congratulations to all of your top 3 podium drivers in all 18 splits in all 3 classes. Also, big, huge shout out to all of our stewards who worked over 400 protests. Chris Solowich, who masterfully conducted over 20 full course yellows and guided the stewarding ship along with Jake Fox. Thanks to Garen Batson as well. He was instrumental to preparing this event and helping to make sure everything goes off without a hitch. Sam Harper, Lynn Kinchlow as well, who spent a ton of time in general chat and answering many, many questions that these drivers had asked. Big, huge shout out to all of our broadcasters, Khalid Ramden, David Forch, myself. I didn't catch the other guys who were down in broadcast booth 4, but huge shout out to those guys as well. Especially Khalid for giving us all these beautiful views that we got to experience here today. But yeah, and I guess shout out to me as well, but I don't like to do that, so. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, big, huge congratulations to all of our race winners, and we are going to cut it right here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Our next event right here on the Major Series Network will be July 18th for the 12 hours at Road America for MEC. And then the following day, we're going to hit you with our International, European, and America regions for the Sim Science Grand Prix the following day. So, a lot of racing coming up in July. Thank you guys so much. And until July 18th, ladies and gentlemen, always remember, no matter what you do in life, have fun doing it. If it's not fun, go and make it fun. Until next time, you have yourself a beautiful, amazing time zones. Adios.